What if the goblins discovered Harry was the heir of their forgotten ancient king? Chapter 1, The Blood reveals Harry Potter dragged his feet along the polished marble of Gringotts' wizarding bank, trailing behind an enthusiastic Hermione and a reluctant Ron. The towering pillars and crystal chandeliers cast dancing shadows across the massive hall as goblins scurried about with ledgers and keys. "Honestly, Hermione, I don't see why you needed us to come along for this," Harry grumbled, pushing his glasses up his nose. "Converting Muggle money isn't exactly a two-person job." Hermione swung around, her bushy hair bouncing. "Because, Harry, I told you, I've been corresponding with Griphook about accessing historical texts on Goblin Wizard treaties for my summer research project. Professor Binns mentioned them last term, and I think they're relevant to SPW." Ron rolled his eyes. "Still with the spew, are we?" "It's SPW, Ronald." Hermione huffed. "And yes, I believe magical beings' rights are all interconnected. The way we treat house elves reflects the same systemic issues as our treatment of goblins, centaurs, and others." Harry nodded absently, his attention caught by something else entirely. The scar on his forehead had begun to prickle, not the searing pain that signaled Voldemort's emotions, but something different. A strange tingling sensation that seemed to spread down his neck and into his chest. "You all right, mate?" Ron asked, noticing Harry's distraction. "You've gone all pale." "I'm fine," Harry muttered, though he wasn't sure that was true. "Just feeling a bit off." A stern-faced goblin appeared before them, clipboard in hand. "Next." Hermione stepped forward. "Good morning. I have an appointment with Griphook regarding access to historical archives, and I need to exchange some Muggle currency." The goblin peered down his long nose at her. "Name?" "Hermione Granger. These are my friends, Harry Potter and Ron Weasley." The goblin's eyes snapped to Harry, lingering for just a moment too long on his forehead. Something strange passed across the creature's face, recognition, followed by what almost looked like alarm. "Wait here," he commanded sharply, then scurried off toward a heavy door behind the main counter. Ron frowned. "What's got into him?" Ruddy goblins are always unfriendly, but that was weird even for them. The strange tingling in Harry's body intensified. "Something's not right," he whispered, just as 5 goblins emerged from the door, led by a particularly ancient-looking one with spectacles perched on his crooked nose. The elderly goblin approached them slowly, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Harry. The bank had grown oddly quiet, with both wizards and goblins pausing their business to watch the strange procession. "Harry Potter," the goblin said, his voice like dry parchment. "You have never claimed your full inheritance." Harry blinked in confusion. What? I've visited my vault before." "Not that inheritance," the goblin replied cryptically. "Come with me." "Alone?" "Absolutely not," Hermione said immediately, stepping closer to Harry. "We stay together." The goblin regarded her with surprising patience. "Very well, Miss Granger. Mr. Weasley may accompany you as well. What is about to occur concerns all magical beings." He turned to the watching crowd. "Return to your business." As if a spell had been broken, the bank's occupants hurriedly resumed their activities, though many still cast curious glances their way. "Follow me," the goblin instructed, leading them toward the door he'd emerged from. "I am Ragnarok, director of Gringotts. What I am about to show you has remained hidden from wizard kind for 7 centuries. Harry exchanged worried looks with his friends as they followed Ragnarok through the door and into a narrow stone corridor lit by flickering torches. The passage sloped downward, taking them deep beneath the bank. "Sir," Hermione ventured, "what inheritance are you referring to?" Harry's only known magical relatives were his parents. Ragnarok didn't slow his pace. "Blood reveals all truths, Miss Granger. Magic recognizes bonds that documents and histories forget, or deliberately obscure." They arrived at an ancient wooden door reinforced with iron bands. Ragnarok pressed his palm against it, and the door swung inward with a low groan. Inside was a circular chamber with a raised stone platform in the center. The walls were lined with strange symbols Harry didn't recognize, part rune, part image, unlike anything in their ancient runes textbooks. "Step onto the platform, Mr. Potter," Ragnarok directed. Harry hesitated. What exactly is going to happen? "A verification," Ragnarok replied. "The magic has already begun responding to your presence, something that has not occurred in our halls for centuries. We must confirm what it suggests." Ron gripped Harry's arm. "I don't like this, mate. Could be dangerous." Harry considered his options. Every instinct told him something momentous was unfolding. After years at Hogwarts, he'd learned to trust his gut. "I'll do it," he decided. Hermione bit her lip. "Be careful, Harry." Harry stepped onto the platform. Instantly, the tingling sensation intensified, becoming almost pleasant, like the feeling of casting a perfectly executed spell. Ragnarok approached with a small golden knife. "A drop of blood, Mr. Potter. Freely given." "Blood magic?" Hermione gasped. "But that's older than your ministry's classifications, Miss Granger," Ragnarok cut her off. "And the foundation of our most sacred magic." Harry extended his hand. "It's okay, Hermione. I'll do it." Ragnarok made a small nick on Harry's finger. As the blood welled up, he guided Harry's hand to the center of the platform where a small indentation waited. The drop fell, and the chamber erupted with light. The symbols on the walls began to glow, first white, then green, then a brilliant gold that bathed everything in its warm radiance. The floor beneath the platform split open, and a stone pedestal rose up, bearing an ancient crown made of what looked like goblin silver inlaid with emeralds and rubies. Harry felt a surge of magic rush through him, knocking the breath from his lungs. His vision blurred, and he dropped to one knee, gasping. "Harry!" Ron and Hermione shouted in unison, rushing forward only to be stopped by an invisible barrier. "Do not interfere," Ragnarok commanded, his voice filled with awe. "The magic recognizes him. After all this time, the blood of Urgra flows again." The pain subsided as quickly as it had come, leaving Harry feeling strangely energized. He stood, noticing that everything looked different, sharper, clearer. He could see details in the darkest corners of the room that should have been invisible. "What just happened?" he demanded, surprised by the authority in his own voice. Ragnarok bowed low, a gesture Harry had never seen a goblin make to any wizard. "The impossible, your majesty. You are the heir of Urgra the Unifier, the last goblin king to rule both above and below ground. The king who forged peace between wizards and goblins before treachery destroyed all he built." "That's impossible," Hermione said, though her voice lacked conviction. Harry's parents were both human wizards. A new voice spoke from the doorway. "Not entirely, clever witch." They turned to see another goblin, younger than Ragnarok but with an air of dangerous competence. A sword hung at his hip, and his scarred face suggested he knew how to use it. "Grip Hook," Hermione identified him. "You were supposed to meet me about the archives." The warrior goblin gave a curt nod. "Plans change when kings return, Miss Granger." "I'm not a king," Harry protested. "There's been some mistake. I'm just Harry, just a wizard." Ragnarok shook his head. "You are more than you know, Mr. Potter." The bloodline of Urgra was thought lost during the Great Purge of 1323. Somehow, it survived, hidden among wizard kind, dormant until now. But how? Harry pressed, stepping off the platform. "My mother was Muggle-born, and my father's family was pure-blood wizard for generations." "So the histories claim," Griphook said with a sneer. "Wizard histories are selective in what truths they preserve." Ragnarok raised a calming hand. "What matters is that the blood has revealed itself. The magic would not respond to any but a true heir." He gestured to the crown. That is the crown of claws, forged by Urgra himself from the first silver mined by goblin hands. It has remained dormant for 7 centuries, waiting for an heir worthy to claim it. Harry stared at the crown, feeling both drawn to and repelled by it. I don't want it. I've got enough to deal with already with Voldemort back and the Ministry calling me a liar. Ragnar's expression turned grave. I fear, Mr. Potter, that what you want may matter little in the days to come. The magic has awakened, and changes have already begun within you. Changes? Harry echoed, suddenly noticing that his fingernails looked different, slightly thicker, more pointed. What's happening to me? Your goblin heritage is awakening, Ragnar explained. It has lain dormant in your blood, suppressed by generations of wizard magic. Now it rises to the surface. Ron had gone pale. You're saying Harry's turning into a goblin? Bloody hell. Not exactly, Mr. Weasley, Ragnar corrected. King Urgra was himself of mixed heritage, what we call iron blood. Mr. Potter will not become a goblin, but rather what he was always meant to be, a bridge between our worlds. Harry's mind was reeling. Another burden, another way in which he was different, marked out, special. He wanted to scream in frustration. Instead, he took a deep breath and asked, what happens now? First, we secure your safety, Griphook said pragmatically. Once word spreads, and it will spread, many will seek to control or eliminate you. The Ministry, Hermione realized with horror. With their anti-creature legislation and Fudge's paranoia about Dumbledore, they'll see this as a threat. And certain factions among our own people, Ragnar added gravely. Not all will welcome the return of the Urgra line, especially one raised as a wizard. Harry felt a familiar determination rising within him. Whatever this new complication meant, he wouldn't face it cowering in fear. Then we need information. Hermione, you wanted goblin history? Looks like you'll get more than you bargained for. Hermione nodded, her academic curiosity clearly engaged despite the circumstances. We need to understand exactly what this means, what powers and responsibilities come with it. And how it affects, everything else, Ron added, clearly thinking about Voldemort. Ragnar nodded approvingly. Wise priorities. Come, we must move deeper. This chamber is too close to wizard eyes. He led them out through another door at the back of the room, into a tunnel that plunged even deeper beneath Gringotts. As they walked, Harry noticed his vision continuing to improve in the dim light, and a strange awareness of the stone around them, as if he could sense the weight and solidity of the mountain above. The Goblin Nation has maintained secret enclaves beneath the wizarding world for millennia, Ragnar explained as they walked. What wizards see of us in Gringotts is merely the public face we present. After what seemed like miles of twisting passages, they emerged into a vast cavern that took Harry's breath away. An entire underground city spread before them, with buildings carved directly from the living rock, illuminated by strange glowing crystals and channels of what looked like liquid gold flowing like rivers between structures. Hundreds of goblins moved through the streets, and none of them looked like the bankers above. These were craftsmen, warriors, scholars, a complete society hidden from wizard eyes. Welcome to Undermount, Ragnar announced with evident pride. The true heart of the Goblin Nation in Britain. This is incredible, Hermione breathed, her eyes wide as she took in the scope of the hidden city. Their arrival had not gone unnoticed. Goblins stopped their activities, staring at the 3 humans with expressions ranging from curiosity to outright hostility. Whispers spread through the crowd like ripples in a pond. The heir returns. A wizard child? Impossible. The crown has chosen. Trickery and deception. Griphook moved closer to Harry, hand on his sword hilt. Stay close. Not all will welcome this revelation. You don't seem thrilled yourself, Harry observed quietly. The warrior goblin gave a tight smile that showed his pointed teeth. I reserve judgment, Potter. The crown has recognized you, but crowns can be misled. It is what you do with that recognition that will determine whether I call you king or impostor. Fair enough, Harry replied. He appreciated the honesty more than false deference. Ragnarok led them to a large structure near the center of the cavern, its entrance flanked by armored goblins with halberds. They snapped to attention as Ragnarok approached. The Hall of Records, he explained. Here we keep the true history of our people, unaltered by wizard revisions. Inside, the hall opened into a vast library, with scrolls and books stacked on shelves that reached to the distant ceiling. Goblin scribes worked at tables, carefully copying ancient texts or filing new documents. An elderly female goblin approached them, her white hair braided with golden threads. She wore robes of deep purple, and numerous jeweled rings adorned her long fingers. Ragnarok greeted her with respect. The heir has revealed himself. The goblin librarian's eyes widened as she studied Harry. By the forge, she whispered. The blood of Urgra indeed. I see his eyes in this one. My eyes? Harry touched his face self-consciously. What's wrong with my eyes? Hermione gasped softly, staring at him. Harry, they're changing. There's gold in your irises now, little flecks around the green. Ragnarok nodded. Urgra's eyes were said to flash gold when he worked his greatest magics. A trait of the Iron bloodline. We need the chronicles of succession, Ragnarok told her. And the compact of 1295. At once, she replied, hurrying deeper into the library. Harry turned to Ragnarok. I need straight answers. What exactly does this mean for me? Am I expected to rule goblins now? Because I've got to tell you, I'm having a hard enough time just being a fifth-year student with Voldemort after me. Ragnarok gestured to a nearby table. Sit. This will take some explanation. As they settled around the table, Ragnarok returned with several ancient scrolls and a large leather-bound book. She placed them carefully before Ragnarok. 7 centuries ago, Ragnarok began, unrolling the first scroll. Our people were led by Urgra, called the Unifier. Unlike previous goblin kings who sought war with wizard kind, Urgra believed in cooperation. He himself was born of a goblin father and a witch mother, a union almost unheard of then or now. Half-wizard? Ron blurted. But that would mean that Mr. Potter's heritage is more complex than anyone realized, Ragnarok finished. Urgra used his unique perspective to forge the Great Compact of 1295, establishing peace between goblins and wizards. For 28 years, we enjoyed unprecedented cooperation. Goblins crafted for wizards, wizards shared magical knowledge with goblins, and both prospered. Hermione leaned forward eagerly. But this isn't in any of our history books. What happened? Ragnarok's face darkened. Treachery. A faction of pure-blooded wizards, led by Harmon Selwyn, feared that cooperation would lead to interbreeding and what they called the dilution of wizard blood. They orchestrated Urgra's assassination during peace talks in 1323. That triggered the Goblin Rebellion of 1323, Hermione realized. But our books say it was started by goblins demanding wand rights. History written by the victors, Griphook spat. The rebellion was our response to murder and betrayal. Ragnarok nodded grimly. After Urgra's death, his heirs were hunted down. His queen and known children were killed. The compact was broken, and relations between our peoples have never recovered. We retreated deeper underground, maintaining only the necessary contact through Gringotts. Harry rubbed his scar absently. But some of his descendants must have escaped, hidden themselves among wizards. So it would seem, Ragnarok agreed, pointing to the book. The bloodline chronicle records all known descendants of royal lines. Urgra's ends with his children's deaths, or so we believed. One must have survived, disguised themselves as a pure-blood wizard perhaps, Hermione theorized. And the trait remained dormant until Harry. Why now? Ron asked. What made it wake up after all this time? Ragnarok looked troubled. That remains unclear. Perhaps the powerful magic Mr. Potter has encountered in recent years. His confrontations with the Dark Lord may have triggered latent abilities. Harry stared at his hands, noticing the subtle changes to his fingernails, feeling the strange new sharpness to his senses. So what am I supposed to do with this information? I can't exactly announce to the world I'm the Goblin King. The Ministry already thinks I'm attention-seeking and disturbed. The Ministry, Griphook growled, would see you controlled or eliminated. Wizard governments have spent centuries ensuring goblins remain servile bankers, denying us wand rights and full citizenship. A wizard goblin king would threaten their carefully constructed hierarchy. The implications hit Harry like a bludgeon. Umbridge, he whispered. Her anti-half-breed legislation. Hermione's face paled. Harry, this could give the Ministry exactly what they need to remove you completely, not just discredit you, but actually classify you as a non-human magical being with restricted rights. We cannot allow that, Ragnarok stated flatly. The heir of Urgra must be protected while he comes into his powers. Powers? Harry perked up. What kind of powers? Nagrak smiled for the first time. Iron blood magic, young king. Neither fully goblin nor wizard, but a unique blend. Urgra could speak to metal and stone, sense the presence of precious materials within the earth, and craft enchantments that neither wizard nor goblin could create alone. That actually explains a lot, Ron said thoughtfully. Harry's always been weirdly good with certain spells that shouldn't work for him. Like summoning his firebolt from inside the castle during the Triwizard, that broom came from way farther than a summoning charm should work. Harry hadn't considered that. And I've always been able to find things underground, even as a kid. I used to win at treasure hunts in primary school because I just knew where things were buried. A commotion outside interrupted their conversation. Raised voices and the sound of running feet reached them moments before a young goblin messenger burst into the hall. Director Ragnarok, he gasped. Ministry officials have entered the bank, demanding to speak with Harry Potter. They say they detected unauthorized blood magic. Ragnarok's expression hardened. Already they move against us. Who leads them? Dolores Umbridge herself, the messenger reported. With 2 Aurors. Bloody hell, that was fast, Ron muttered. They must have detection charms on you, Harry, Hermione realized. After everything that's happened, the Ministry's probably monitoring you for unusual magic. Harry stood, determination replacing his confusion. I need to go up there. If I hide, it'll just confirm whatever they suspect. Absolutely not, Griphook objected. They could arrest you on the spot. They won't, Harry countered. Not in Gringotts, not without causing an international incident. The bank operates under treaties that even the Ministry respects. Ragnarok nodded slowly. The boy is right. Gringotts' territory is protected. They cannot simply seize anyone within our walls without proper procedure. Then I'll go with Harry, Hermione decided. Ron, you should use the Fleur to contact your father. The Order needs to know what's happening. Ron looked torn but nodded. Right. Dad can reach Dumbledore faster than anyone. I will accompany you to the upper levels, Griphook told Harry. As your security consultant. Harry nodded, grateful for the support. Let's go then. Better to face them head-on. As they made their way back through the tunnels, Harry noticed his hearing sharpening as well. He could make out conversations far down side passages, the clink of metal in distant forges. Your senses will continue to heighten, Griphook explained, noting Harry's reactions. Goblin sight and hearing are superior to wizards, particularly underground. Will I keep changing? Harry asked, concerned. How far will it go? The changes are self-limiting, Ragnarok assured him. You will not become a goblin, merely express the traits that have always been latent in your blood. The process should stabilize within days. They reached the upper levels of Gringotts to find the bank in disarray. Ministry officials stood in the main hall, with Umbridge's pink cardigan visible at the center of the group. Her girlish voice carried across the marble floor. Demand to see the Potter boy immediately. Unauthorized blood magic is a serious offense. Harry squared his shoulders and stepped forward into the hall, Hermione and Griphook flanking him. I'm right here, Professor Umbridge. Umbridge spun around, her toad-like face registering shock before settling into a sickly sweet smile. Ah, Mr. Potter. How convenient. The Ministry detected unauthorized blood magic performed on a minor, specifically, you. Care to explain yourself? Harry met her gaze steadily. I was claiming my inheritance, Professor. A perfectly legal procedure conducted by the goblins who manage my family accounts. One of the Aurors, a tall black man Harry recognized as Kingsley Shacklebolt, raised an eyebrow. Blood magic for an inheritance claim? That's unusual protocol, even for Gringotts. Ragnarok stepped forward. The Potter vaults have special security measures dating back centuries, Auror Shacklebolt. Blood verification is sometimes required for certain assets. Umbridge's eyes narrowed as she studied Harry's face. You look different, Mr. Potter. What exactly has happened here? Harry felt a surge of something new inside him, a kind of confidence he'd never experienced before. He stood taller. My family magic has recognized me, Professor. That's all you need to know. I think I'll be the judge of what I need to know, Umbridge simpered dangerously. The Ministry has concerns about underage wizards performing restricted magic. Mr. Potter performed no magic, Griphook interrupted coldly. The verification was conducted by authorized Gringotts personnel under international banking treaties, which, as I'm sure you're aware, supersede certain Ministry restrictions. Umbridge's face flushed with anger. How dare you interrupt me, creature? Know your place. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Every goblin within earshot froze, their expressions darkening. Wizard customers backed away, sensing danger. Harry felt something snap inside him, a surge of protective fury that seemed to come from somewhere ancient and powerful. Without thinking, he stepped between Umbridge and Griphook. Apologize, he demanded, his voice ringing with authority. Umbridge's eyes widened. Excuse me. Apologize to Master Griphook, Harry repeated, his eyes flashing. Several gasps echoed around the hall, and Harry realized his eyes must be showing the golden flecks Nagrak had mentioned. You're in Gringotts, Professor. Here, you respect the goblins or you leave. A hush fell over the hall. The second Auror, one Harry didn't recognize, placed his hand on his wand. Kingsley smoothly intervened. I'm sure Professor Umbridge meant no disrespect to our goblin hosts. We're all a bit on edge with recent events. Umbridge looked like she'd swallowed something particularly nasty, but years of political instinct prevailed. Of course. My apologies. Griphook inclined his head slightly, though his expression remained cold. Mr. Potter, Kingsley continued professionally, would you be willing to come to the Ministry to provide a statement about today's events? Purely procedural, I assure you. I'm afraid that won't be possible, Ragnarok interjected. Mr. Potter is currently under Gringotts' protection as he reviews his inheritance. A process that, once begun, cannot be interrupted without significant magical consequences. Protection. Umbridge's voice rose shrilly. The boy is a Hogwarts student. He belongs under Ministry supervision, not consorting with. She caught herself before saying something even more inflammatory. Harry's magical guardian is Albus Dumbledore, Hermione pointed out. Until he arrives to discuss this matter, Harry should remain where he's safe. Umbridge's face contorted with fury. Dumbledore has no authority here. The Ministry has no jurisdiction within these walls, Ragnarok finished firmly. Unless you wish to violate the Treaty of 1752, Madam Umbridge, I suggest you take your concerns through proper diplomatic channels. Kingsley placed a restraining hand on Umbridge's arm. Madam, he's right. We need to consult with the Department of International Magical Cooperation before proceeding further. Umbridge shook off his hand, glaring at Harry. This isn't over, Mr. Potter. Not by a long shot. She turned to leave, then paused. Oh, and do remember, term starts in 3 days. I'll see you at Hogwarts. As the ministry officials departed, Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The confrontation had left him vibrating with an unfamiliar energy. That was incredibly reckless, Hermione whispered. Brilliant, but reckless. Indeed, Griphook agreed, regarding Harry with new respect. Few wizards would stand against the ministry for a goblin's honor. Harry shrugged uncomfortably. I just reacted. Something came over me when she called you creature. The blood of Urgra, Ragnarok said quietly. He too was known for his fierce defense of his people's dignity. The bank was buzzing with whispers now, both wizard customers and goblin staff staring at Harry with newfound curiosity. We should return below, Griphook suggested. That confrontation will spread through the ministry like wildfire. We need to prepare. As they turned to leave, a flash of green flame from one of the public fireplaces announced a new arrival. Arthur Weasley stumbled out, looking disheveled and worried, with Ron right behind him. Harry! Thank goodness you're still here, Mr. Weasley exclaimed. Ron's told me, well, not everything clearly, since I can hardly believe, but enough to know we need to act quickly. Arthur, Ragnarok greeted him with surprising warmth. Your timing is excellent. Madame Umbridge has just departed, quite displeased. I'll bet she has, Mr. Weasley said grimly. Harry, Dumbledore is arranging an emergency order meeting tonight. Until then, he agrees you should remain under goblin protection. He looked at Ragnarok. If that's acceptable to you. More than acceptable, the goblin director confirmed. The heir of Urgra will be safe with us. Mr. Weasley blinked at the title but didn't comment on it. Ron, Hermione, I think you should come back to the burrow with me. Your parents will be worried, Hermione, but it's not safe for you to travel alone right now. Hermione looked torn. But Harry, we'll be fine, Harry assured her. I need you researching anyway. There's no one better. She nodded reluctantly. I'll dig through everything I can find on goblin royalty and inheritance magic. And I'll tell the twins, Ron added. They'll love this, Harry the Goblin King. Despite everything, Harry laughed. Just what I need, Fred and George planning a coronation party. After his friends departed with Mr. Weasley, Harry felt a strange mixture of relief and isolation. He turned to Ragnarok and Griphook. So, what happens now? Now, Ragnarok said seriously, we begin your education in earnest. Before you face the wizard world again, you must understand what it means to be Ironblood. The following hours passed in a blur as Harry was led deeper into the goblin realm. Beyond Undermount lay a network of tunnels and chambers that formed an entire hidden world. Goblins stopped and stared as he passed, news of his identity spreading faster than he could walk. Griphook remained his constant companion, explaining goblin customs and pointing out features of their civilization that no wizard had seen in centuries. Despite his initial skepticism, the warrior goblin seemed to be warming to Harry, especially after his confrontation with Umbridge. Most wizards would have cringed and apologized for us, Griphook observed as they passed through a magnificent hall where goblin craftsmen forged weapons of incredible beauty. You stood your ground. She was wrong, Harry said simply. I'm tired of people treating others as less than human just because they're different. Human, Griphook repeated with a sardonic smile. An interesting choice of words, given recent revelations. Harry frowned. You know what I mean. I do, Griphook admitted. And it is that understanding that makes you interesting, Potter. They arrived at what Griphook called the Hall of Memories, where ancient goblin artifacts were displayed in crystal cases. At the center stood an empty pedestal. The crown of claws once rested here, Griphook explained. After Urgrak's death, it was placed in the verification chamber, where it remained dormant until today. Only a true heir could awaken it. I still don't understand how this happened, Harry said, examining a nearby battle axe with intricate runes carved into its handle. How could I be descended from Urgra but nobody knew? Surely someone would have noticed goblin traits in my family. The goblin blood runs deep but quiet in some generations, explained an unfamiliar voice. Harry turned to see a female goblin approaching them. She was tall for her kind, dressed in armor of burnished gold, with a shock of silver hair swept back from her forehead. Unlike most goblins Harry had met, she moved with a fluid grace that reminded him of Professor McGonagall. Lady Silveraxe, Griphook greeted her with respect. I didn't expect you until the council gathering. The return of an Urgra heir warrants breaking routine, she replied, her dark eyes assessing Harry. So this is the boy. He has the eyes, certainly, but little else obvious yet. The changes are progressing, Griphook informed her. His senses are already sharpening. Lady Silveraxe circled Harry, studying him from all angles. Stand straight, boy. Let me look at you properly. Harry straightened his posture, feeling oddly like he was back in Madame Malkin's being fitted for robes. Thin, but that's not unusual for younglings, she mused. Strong magical core, I can sense it from here. The hands are beginning to show the signs. She took Harry's wrist, examining his fingers. You'll need training with these once they fully develop. Ironblood claws are useful tools and weapons. Claws. Harry pulled his hand back, alarmed. Nothing grotesque, she assured him with a dismissive wave. Just stronger, sharper nails capable of working metal and stone. Quite elegant, really, compared to wizard hands, which are practically useless for crafting. Harry wasn't entirely reassured. Will there be other physical changes I should know about? Enhanced night vision, improved hearing, stronger teeth, denser bones, she listed matter-of-factly. You'll likely grow a bit more muscular, though not much taller. Ironbloods tend toward compact, powerful builds. Your hair may thicken, and your features will sharpen somewhat. Nothing that good tailoring can't disguise if needed. If needed? Harry echoed. Lady Silveraxe fixed him with a penetrating stare. That depends entirely on you, young heir. Will you embrace your heritage or hide it? Urgra wore his mixed blood as a badge of honor. It made him stronger, not weaker. Harry thought about it. All his life, he'd been marked as different, first as the unwanted orphan at the Dursleys, then as the boy who lived in the wizarding world. This was just one more way he didn't fit in. But maybe that was the point. Maybe not fitting neatly into categories was exactly what made him who he was. I won't hide, he decided. But I need to understand what I'm embracing first. Lady Silveraxe's severe expression softened slightly. A wise approach. Come, the Council of Clans awaits. They have questions for you, and you, undoubtedly, have many for them. She led them through more tunnels until they reached a vast circular chamber with tiered seating along the walls. 7 ornate chairs sat on a raised dais, 5 of them already occupied by elderly goblins wearing formal robes and elaborate jewelry. Ragnarok occupied one of the remaining chairs. The other, Harry realized with a jolt, was meant for him. About 30 other goblins filled the lower tiers, representing various clans and professions within goblin society. They fell silent as Harry entered, all eyes fixed on him. The Council of 7, Griphook whispered. The ruling body of Britain's goblin nation. Usually, they meet only once a year, but your emergence has triggered an emergency session. Lady Silveraxe took her place among the 7, leaving the central chair vacant. Ragnarok gestured for Harry to approach. Harry Potter, he announced formally. You stand before the Council of Clans as the revealed heir of Urgra the Unifier. Do you acknowledge your heritage and the responsibilities it entails? Harry felt the weight of dozens of eyes upon him. This was moving far too fast, but he sensed the importance of the moment. I acknowledge my heritage, he said carefully. As for the responsibilities, I'm still learning what those are. A murmur ran through the assembled goblins. One of the council members, a particularly ancient goblin with a jeweled eye patch, leaned forward. The boy equivocates. The blood may be genuine, but does he have Urgra's courage? I say he must prove himself. Peace, Iron Fist, Ragnarok countered. The heir has already shown courage, standing against the ministry in defense of goblin honor. A single moment of defiance proves little, argued another counselor. Urgra united our people through wisdom and strength, not mere genetic accident. Lady Silveraxe raised a hand, silencing the debate. The heir speaks truly. How can he accept responsibilities he does not yet understand? Before judgment, there must be knowledge. She turned to Harry. Young heir, do you seek to understand the legacy of Urgra? To learn what it truly means to be king of the Iron bloodline? Harry met her gaze steadily. I do. Then approach the throne of memory, she commanded, gesturing to what Harry had assumed was simply an ornate stone chair beside the council dais. It holds the echoes of those who came before. Through it, you may glimpse the truth of your lineage. Harry glanced at Griphook, who nodded encouragingly. Taking a deep breath, he walked to the stone throne and sat down. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, the stone beneath him warmed, and images flooded his mind, not like a pensieve's clear memories, but fragmented glimpses, impressions of lives long past, a tall figure, neither fully goblin nor wizard, standing before a mixed assembly, his voice ringing with conviction, we are strongest together. Divided, we fall to fear and hatred. The same figure bent over a forge, working metal with his bare hands, shaping it with magic that flowed like water between wizard spells and goblin craft. A battlefield, goblin warriors fighting alongside wizard allies against a darkness that threatened both. Betrayal, a dagger in the dark, wielded by a wizard hand, the lifeblood of Urgra spilling across marble floors as he reached futilely toward a human woman screaming in the distance. Harry gasped, the visions fading as quickly as they had come. He found himself gripping the stone arms of the throne, his knuckles white. What did you see? Lady Silveraxe asked quietly. Urgra, Harry whispered. His life, his death. He was trying to create something better. Something that never had a chance to fully form. The goblin with the eye patch, Iron Fist, leaned forward. And what of his death? Who struck the blow? A wizard, Harry admitted. But not all wizards wanted him dead. There was a woman, a witch, I think, who tried to help him. His witch wife, Ragnarok confirmed. She too was killed in the aftermath, along with their known children. Except, Lady Silveraxe added, it seems at least one child survived, hidden among wizard kind. Your ancestor. Harry rose from the throne, feeling strangely steadied by the visions. I understand better now. Urgra wasn't just a goblin king. He was trying to build a bridge between worlds, to create something new that would benefit everyone. Yes, Ragnarok agreed, satisfaction in his voice. That was his vision. One that died with him, until now. The implication hung in the air. Harry Potter, already famous, already a symbol to the wizarding world, now stood as the heir to a forgotten legacy of unity between magical peoples. A commotion at the chamber entrance interrupted the moment. A goblin messenger rushed in, out of breath. Director Ragnarok. Wizard authorities have returned, with paperwork. They're demanding custody of Harry Potter under Educational Decree No. 22. What's that? Harry asked, alarmed. A new piece of legislation, explained a goblin scribe. Just approved this afternoon according to our ministry sources. It gives the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, that's Umbridge now, the authority to secure the safety of students engaged in dangerous magical practices. That was fast, even for the ministry, Griphook growled. They must have been planning this move against you already, Potter. Harry's mind raced. They can't just take me, can they? I thought you said Gringotts was protected by treaties. It is, Ragnarok confirmed grimly. But those treaties have complexities when it comes to wizarding education. They're exploiting a loophole. Then I need to leave, Harry decided. If they're coming for me here, I'll go somewhere they won't expect. No wizard location will be safe, Lady Silveraxe pointed out. They'll search your known associates first. Harry straightened, an idea forming. Then I won't go to a wizard location. Griphook caught on immediately. The Deep Warrens? No wizard has set foot there in centuries. Precisely, Harry nodded. They won't look for me where no wizard has gone before. Iron Fist laughed, a harsh barking sound. Perhaps the boy has Urgra's cunning after all. Using our most sacred sanctuary to evade wizard authorities, there's irony there. It's settled then, Ragnarok declared. The heir will reside in the Deep Warrens until we can negotiate a safer resolution. Griphook will serve as his guide and protector. And trainer, Lady Silveraxe added. If he's to master his emerging abilities, he'll need instruction. Harry felt a wave of gratitude toward these beings who, until hours ago, he'd known only as the stern bankers of Gringotts. Thank you. I know this can't be easy, accepting a wizard-raised boy as the heir to your ancient king. Don't mistake necessity for acceptance, Potter, Griphook warned, though there was no real bite in his tone. You've been recognized by ancient magic, but earning true respect from all goblins will take more than that. I understand, Harry replied. I don't expect anything to be handed to me. I never have. Ragnarok rose. We must move quickly. Griphook, take the heir through the old mine passage. It hasn't been used in decades, the ministry won't know to watch it. What about my friends? Harry asked. And the order? They need to know where I am. I will personally ensure Albus Dumbledore is informed of your safety, Ragnarok assured him. As for your friends, it may be safer if they do not know your exact location. The fewer who know, the less chance of the information reaching ministry ears. Harry didn't like it but nodded his understanding. How long will I need to stay hidden? Until the start of term, at minimum, Lady Silveraxe replied. By then, your changes should have stabilized, and we can better assess the ministry's intentions toward you. 3 days, Harry murmured. A lot can happen in 3 days. More than you know, Griphook said cryptically. Come, we must move before the ministry breaches the upper levels. As Harry followed the warrior goblin from the council chamber, he caught snatches of the debate erupting behind him. Cannot expect a wizard-raised boy to lead, the blood has chosen, potential alliance against the Dark Lord, opportunity we cannot ignore, 3 days to understand a heritage he never knew existed. 3 days to master abilities he didn't understand. 3 days to prepare for returning to a wizarding world that already viewed him with suspicion, now with the added complication of goblin blood running through his veins. And somewhere out there, Voldemort was gathering strength, unaware that his prophesied enemy had just become something more than just a wizard. Harry quickened his pace, a new determination flowing through him. Whatever came next, he would face it head-on. He always had. The Deep Warrens exceeded anything Harry could have imagined. Unlike the formal grandeur of Undermount, these ancient tunnels felt organic, as if they had grown rather than been carved. Crystal formations glowed with soft blue-green light, illuminating vast caverns with underground lakes and smaller chambers connected by winding passages. The oldest goblin settlement in Britain, Griphook explained as they descended a spiral staircase cut directly into the living rock. Our ancestors dwelled here before humans built their first stone circles. It's beautiful, Harry said honestly, admiring how the crystals cast prismatic patterns across the stone walls. Griphook seemed pleased by the observation. Most wizards see only utility in the underground, places to store gold or hide secrets. They miss the true beauty of the deep earth. They arrived at a modestly sized chamber with several openings leading to other rooms. A central hearth held blue flames that gave off warmth without smoke. Your quarters, Griphook announced. Basic, but comfortable enough for a short stay. Harry explored the space, finding a sleeping area with a low stone bed covered in surprisingly soft woven blankets, a washing chamber with a natural spring pool, and a study area with stone shelves holding ancient-looking books and scrolls. I didn't expect books, Harry commented, examining titles in a script he couldn't read. Goblins have our own written language and literature, Griphook replied, slightly offended. Though few wizards have bothered to learn it. Perhaps you should be the first in generations. Harry ran his fingers along the spines of the books, feeling a strange connection to the unknown words. I'd like that. Hermione would be jealous. The thought of his friend sent a pang through him. Is there any way I can get a message to Ron and Hermione? They'll be worried. Griphook considered this. Ragnarok will inform Dumbledore of your safety. Beyond that, direct communication would be risky. Harry nodded, accepting the necessity though not liking it. What happens now? Now, you rest, Griphook directed. The blood changes require energy. Tomorrow, your training begins. Training in what, exactly? Iron blood abilities. Goblin culture. History you won't find in wizard books. Griphook's expression turned serious. If you're to navigate between our worlds, you need to understand both sides. The wizard world you already know, after tomorrow, you'll begin to understand ours. After Griphook departed, Harry explored his quarters more thoroughly. Despite the stone surroundings, the space felt oddly comfortable. The temperature was perfect, neither too warm nor too cold, and the blue flames cast a soothing light. He found fresh clothing laid out, simple but well-made garments that resembled a cross between wizard robes and more practical goblin attire. Changing into them, he was surprised by how comfortable they felt, the fabric softer than it had appeared. As he caught a glimpse of himself in a polished metal mirror, Harry barely recognized his reflection. The changes were subtle but unmistakable. His eyes now held distinct golden flecks amid the green, his features had sharpened slightly, and his hair seemed thicker, wilder. His fingernails had definitely changed, becoming stronger looking and slightly pointed. Still me, he told his reflection. Just, more. He thought about what Umbridge would say when he returned to Hogwarts looking like this. The Ministry had already been trying to discredit him, now they'd have visible evidence of his otherness to use against him. But as Harry settled onto the surprisingly comfortable stone bed, he found himself less concerned about the Ministry's opinion than he might have expected. Something about the visions from the throne of memory had shifted his perspective. Urgra had faced worse opposition and still fought for unity between magical peoples. If Harry truly was his heir, maybe he could carry on that work. His last thought before drifting off to sleep was that Hermione would probably create a whole new branch of SPW just for him. Harry awoke to the sound of quiet conversation outside his chamber. His newly enhanced hearing picked up Griphook's now familiar voice and another he recognized as Ragnarok's. Sure, this is wise. The wizard authorities are in an uproar. Umbridge has threatened sanctions against Gringotts. Empty threats, Griphook replied dismissively. They need us more than we need them. Besides, the heir's safety takes precedence over wizard tantrums. And what of the other matter? The wizard calling himself Lord Voldemort? At this, Harry sat up straight, straining to hear more clearly. Our intelligence suggests he remains unaware of the heir's goblin heritage, Griphook reported. For now. But secrets rarely remain so for long. When he learns of it. Ragnarok's voice trailed off. He will either see a potential ally to turn against wizardkind, or a greater threat to eliminate, Griphook finished grimly. Either way, the heir must be prepared. Harry decided he'd heard enough. He rose and approached the entrance to his chamber. Good morning, he greeted them, stepping into view. Both goblins looked startled, then impressed. Your hearing has improved faster than expected, Ragnarok observed. One of many changes, Harry replied. I gather the ministry isn't happy about my disappearance. An understatement, Ragnarok said dryly. Madame Lumbridge attempted to force her way into our lower vaults, claiming you were being held against your will. When that failed, she issued a formal educational summons requiring your return to ministry custody before term begins. Can they do that? They can try, Griphook answered. But you're now registered as a Gringotts client under special heritage protection. International banking laws supersede educational decrees, at least until term officially starts. Harry processed this information. So I have until September 1st before I have to face them. Precisely, Ragnarok confirmed. Time enough for basic training and stabilization of your abilities. And what about Voldemort? Harry asked directly. I heard you mention him. The goblins exchanged looks. Our intelligence network extends beyond wizard awareness, Ragnarok explained carefully. We've detected increased activity among known Death Eater families, particularly financial movements suggesting preparation for conflict. They're gathering resources, Harry realized. Getting ready for war while the ministry denies everything. Indeed, Ragnarok agreed. Which makes your position as Urgra's heir potentially significant. Historically, goblins have remained neutral in wizard conflicts, but Urgra believed in taking sides against great threats, Griphook interrupted. He understood that some evils threaten all magical beings. Harry considered this. You're saying I could potentially bring goblin support against Voldemort? It's not that simple, Ragnarok cautioned. Our people have deep-seated mistrust of wizard promises. After centuries of broken treaties and restricted rights, many would prefer to let wizards destroy themselves. But not all feel that way, Griphook added. Some remember Urgra's vision. Some see the Dark Lord as a threat to all magical beings, not just wizards. A new voice joined the conversation. And some see opportunity in chaos. They turned to find Lady Silveraxe approaching, accompanied by 2 goblin warriors in formal armor. The Silveraxe clan has protected the royal bloodline since before Urgra's time, she explained, noting Harry's questioning look at her escort. Tradition demands I offer you the same protection. Thank you, Harry replied, genuinely touched. Don't thank me yet, young heir, she said grimly. I've come with troubling news. Nagnok of the Deepdelve clan has declared formal challenge to your recognition. Ragnarok cursed under his breath. I feared this might happen. Who's Nagnok? Harry asked, though he had a sinking feeling he already knew the answer. Leader of the purest faction, Griphook explained. Goblins who believe our people should sever all ties with wizard kind. He sees your mixed heritage as an abomination, not a strength. What does formal challenge mean? Harry pressed. It means, Lady Silveraxe replied, that he has invoked ancient law to test your worthiness. If you fail the challenge, your claim to Urgra's lineage will be rejected by our people, regardless of blood evidence. And if I succeed? Then even the purists must acknowledge your position, she answered. Not necessarily follow you, but at least recognize your right to the title. Harry squared his shoulders. What's the challenge? The trial of 3 proofs, Ragnarok said solemnly. You must demonstrate mastery of goblin craft, goblin combat, and goblin wisdom, the 3 pillars of our society. In 3 days? Harry exclaimed. That's impossible. I know nothing about goblin crafting or combat techniques. Which is precisely why Nagnok chose this moment to challenge you, Griphook growled. Before you've had time to prepare. Political cunning, Lady Silveraxe remarked with grudging respect. I dislike his views, but I cannot fault his timing. Harry paced the chamber, thinking furiously. When must I face this trial? The day before you return to Hogwarts, Ragnarok answered. The last possible moment under our protection laws. Then we have no time to waste, Harry decided. I need to learn everything I can about goblin craft, combat, and wisdom in 3 days. Griphook's lips curled in what might have been a smile. Impossible for a wizard, perhaps. But you are Iron Blood, Urgra's heir. The knowledge is in your blood, waiting to be awakened. How do we awaken it? Harry asked. Immersion, Lady Silveraxe replied simply. You will live as a goblin, train as a goblin, think as a goblin. We begin now. What followed was the most intense training regimen Harry had ever experienced, far more demanding than even Wood's Quidditch drills or preparing for the Triwizard Tournament. Each morning began before dawn with combat training under Griphook's stern guidance. Harry learned to fight with short sword and dagger, traditional goblin weapons that felt surprisingly natural in his hands. His reflexes were sharper now, his movements quicker, but Griphook was a merciless instructor who exploited every mistake. Your wizard training works against you, Griphook observed after knocking Harry to the ground for the 5th time. Wizards stand tall, wave wands from a distance. Goblins fight low, close, personal. Use your smaller size as an advantage, not a liability. By the 3rd morning, Harry could hold his own against Griphook for several minutes, not enough to win, but enough to survive. Afternoons were devoted to crafting under the guidance of an ancient goblin smith named Forgefinger. In a workshop deep in the Warrens, Harry learned to feel the metal with his increasingly sensitive fingertips, to sense the magic within silver and gold. All goblins can work metal, Forgefinger explained. But Iron Bloods, they can speak to it, command it in ways pure goblins cannot. Urgra could shape metal with touch alone, combining wizard magic with goblin craft. Harry struggled at first, producing only misshapen lumps of silver. But on the 2nd day, something clicked. As he concentrated on a silver disc, feeling its potential, a surge of magic flowed through his fingers. The metal softened and reshaped itself into a perfect medallion bearing the lightning bolt symbol he'd sketched. The blood awakens, Forgefinger whispered, impressed despite himself. Evenings were spent with Ragnarok and a council of goblin elders, learning history, law, and philosophy. Harry absorbed stories of goblin rebellions very different from the sanitized versions taught at Hogwarts. He learned of broken treaties, wizard betrayals, and the systematic oppression that had driven goblins to violence. We are not naturally aggressive, an elderly goblin scholar named Grimto explained. We are craftsmen, builders, keepers of wealth. But when pushed, when threatened, when our work is stolen, then we fight with all the ferocity of those who have nothing left to lose. Why hasn't anyone told wizards this side of the story? Harry asked. In History of Magic, we only learn about goblin rebellions as if they happened without cause. Would wizards listen? Grimto countered. Would they accept their own culpability? It is easier to paint us as greedy, violent creatures than to acknowledge the injustice of their laws. Harry thought of Hermione's struggles with SPW, how even his fellow Gryffindors dismissed her concerns about house elves. Maybe not all wizards, he admitted. But some would. Some do. On the final night before the challenge, Harry sat with Griphook beside one of the underground lakes, taking a rare moment of rest. The blue crystal light reflected off the still water, casting peaceful patterns across the cavern ceiling. Do you think I'm ready? Harry asked. Griphook considered the question carefully. For a wizard with 3 days of training? You've accomplished the impossible. For Urgra's true heir? Perhaps just enough to survive. Harry smiled at the backhanded compliment. Thanks for your honesty. I think. Goblins value truth above flattery, Griphook replied with a shrug. You've learned quickly, more quickly than I expected. The blood runs strong in you, Potter. Harry, he corrected. If we're going to face this challenge together tomorrow, you might as well use my first name. Griphook looked uncomfortable but nodded. Very well. Harry. What can you tell me about Nagnok? Know your enemy and all that. Cunning, ruthless, but honorable in his own way, Griphook characterized him. He truly believes pure goblin blood is sacred, that mingling with wizards weakens our people. His grandfather died in the 1920s rebellion, killed by Aurors, so his hatred of wizardkind runs deep. And he'll be judging my challenge tomorrow? He'll oversee it, but the actual judgment comes from the magic itself, Griphook explained. The trial of 3 proofs uses ancient enchantments that cannot be fooled or influenced. Harry nodded, feeling marginally better. At least he faced magic rather than pure prejudice. There's something else you should know, Griphook added hesitantly. News from the surface. Your friend Weasley's father sent word through Ragnarok. The wizard school has been compromised. The ministry has placed Umbridge as High Inquisitor with power to evaluate and dismiss teachers. Harry groaned. Great. So when I go back tomorrow night, I'll face not just students' reactions to my new appearance, but a ministry official with the power to make my life hell. You could stay, Griphook suggested quietly. Claim sanctuary with us. The Goblin nation would protect Urgra's heir. The offer surprised Harry. You do that? Even though I'm half wizard? Because you're half goblin, Griphook corrected. Iron blood. Neither purely one nor the other, but something with the potential to be greater than both. Harry was touched by the offer but shook his head. I can't hide forever. My friends are at Hogwarts. And Voldemort's out there, gathering strength. Running away won't solve anything. Griphook nodded, seeming to have expected this answer. Then rest. Tomorrow you face Nagnak's challenge, and then the wizard world beyond. The Chamber of Trials lay at the very heart of the Deep Warrens, a vast circular space with tiered seating surrounding a central arena. By the time Harry arrived with his goblin entourage, the seats were filled with hundreds of goblins from all clans and professions, their murmuring creating a sound like rushing water that echoed off the stone walls. Word has spread throughout the nation, Ragnarok explained as they approached. No Ironblood heir has faced the trial of 3 proofs in living memory. Harry spotted Nagnok immediately, a broad-shouldered goblin with unusually pale skin and cold eyes, surrounded by supporters wearing silver armbands. He watched Harry with undisguised contempt. Lady Silveraxe stepped forward as they reached the arena entrance. Remember your training, young heir. Let the blood guide you when knowledge fails. Harry nodded, surprisingly calm despite the pressure. 3 days of intensive training had changed him in ways beyond the physical. He felt more centered, more aware of his body and its capabilities. A horn sounded, signaling the start of the proceedings. Ragnarok led Harry to the center of the arena, where Nagnok already waited. Goblins of Britain, Ragnarok announced, his voice magically amplified to reach the farthest seats. We gather to witness the trial of 3 proofs, called upon the heir claimant Harry Potter by challenge of clan leader Nagnok. The assembled goblins stomped their feet in response, creating a thunderous rhythm that reverberated through the chamber. Nagnok stepped forward. The claimant is wizard-raised, wizard-trained, with wizard loyalties, he proclaimed. He knows nothing of our ways, our struggles, our pride. Blood alone does not make a goblin, much less an Ironblood king. More stomping followed, particularly from the sections wearing silver armbands. 3 proofs must be demonstrated, Ragnarok continued, unperturbed. Craft, combat, and wisdom. The ancient magic will judge worthiness, not I, not Nagnok, not any here assembled. At a gesture from Ragnarok, 3 goblin elders approached, each carrying an object, a lump of raw silver, a blunted short sword, and an ancient tome. First proof, craft, Ragnarok announced. The claimant must demonstrate mastery of metal shaping through touch alone, as Urgra was known to do. The silver was placed on a small pedestal before Harry. He approached it slowly, remembering Forgefinger's lessons. A wizard playing at being a smith, Nagnok scoffed loudly enough for all to hear. He'll produce nothing but misshapen lumps. Harry ignored the taunt, focusing entirely on the silver before him. He placed his hands over it, not quite touching, feeling the metal's essence with his enhanced senses. It felt alive somehow, vibrating with potential. Closing his eyes, Harry envisioned what he wanted to create, something meaningful to both his heritages. He lowered his hands to the silver, and this time, the magic flowed easily. The metal warmed and reshaped beneath his fingers, responding to his will and vision combined. When he removed his hands, gasps echoed through the chamber. On the pedestal sat a perfect miniature sculpture, a goblin and a wizard standing back to back, weapons drawn, defending each other against unseen threats. The silver began to glow with golden light, and a chime sounded through the chamber. "The first proof is satisfied," Ragnarok announced, unable to keep a note of pride from his voice. Nagnak's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing as the second elder stepped forward. "Second proof, combat. The claimant must demonstrate mastery of goblin fighting techniques against a chosen opponent." A young goblin warrior stepped into the arena, saluting Harry with his blunted sword. Though not Nagnok himself, the warrior clearly came from his clan, bearing the same pale coloration and cold eyes. "Steeltooth is Nagnok's nephew," Griphook whispered to Harry. "One of our most promising young fighters. Be careful." Harry accepted the blunted sword from the elder, testing its weight. It felt good in his hand, balanced and responsive. Steeltooth attacked without warning, a blindingly fast series of strikes that would have overwhelmed Harry 3 days ago. Now, however, his enhanced reflexes and Griphook's brutal training allowed him to parry each blow. The duel continued, Steeltooth pressing his advantage of experience while Harry relied on his quicker reflexes and longer reach. The goblin audience watched in silence, their earlier murmuring quieted by the intensity of the combat. After several minutes of stalemate, Harry recognized he needed to do more than simply defend. Remembering Griphook's lessons, he deliberately lowered his guard on his left side, inviting attack. When Steeltooth lunged for the opening, Harry dropped into a crouch, sweeping his opponent's legs while simultaneously bringing his sword hilt down on the goblin's wrist. Steeltooth's weapon clattered to the floor as he fell. Before he could recover, Harry had his blade at the goblin's throat. "Yield," he said quietly. For a moment, hatred blazed in Steeltooth's eyes. Then, reluctantly, he nodded. "I yield." Again, the silver sword glowed golden, and the second chime sounded. "The second proof is satisfied," Ragnarok proclaimed. Nagnok was openly scowling now, his earlier confidence shaken. The third elder approached with the ancient tome. "Final proof, wisdom. The claimant must demonstrate understanding of goblin law and history through the riddle of ages." The tome floated from the elder's hands, hovering before Harry. It opened of its own accord, pages flipping rapidly before settling on a text written in goblin script. "The test adapts to challenge each claimant differently," Ragnarok explained. "You must read the riddle and provide the correct answer." Harry stared at the incomprehensible symbols, panic rising in his chest. "I can't read goblin script," he admitted. "It wasn't part of my training." Murmurs spread through the audience. Nagnok smiled triumphantly. "See how the wizard Heir fails," he crowed. "He cannot even read our most basic writings." Harry felt a moment of despair, then remembered Lady Silverac's words, "Let the blood guide you when knowledge fails." Taking a deep breath, Harry placed his palms on the open pages and closed his eyes. At first, nothing happened. Then, slowly, he felt a tingling sensation spread from the book into his hands, up his arms, and into his mind. When he opened his eyes, the symbols had not changed, but somehow, he could understand them. It wasn't that he could suddenly read goblin script, but rather that the meaning flowed directly into his consciousness. The riddle read, "What does the goblin nation value above gold, guard more fiercely than treasure, yet freely give to those who earn it?" Harry considered the question carefully, thinking about everything he'd learned in the past 3 days. The answer came to him suddenly, with perfect clarity. "Respect," he said aloud. "Goblins value respect above gold, guard it more fiercely than treasure, yet freely give it to those who earn it." For the third time, golden light emanated from the book, and the final chime sounded, louder and longer than the previous 2. "The third proof is satisfied," Ragnarok announced formally. "The trial is complete." The magic has judged Harry Potter worthy as Urgra's heir. The chamber erupted in a cacophony of reactions, cheers from some sections, angry protests from others. Nagnok stood rigid with fury. Tricks and deceptions, he shouted. The wizard used his own magic to fool the trials. The trials cannot be fooled, Lady Silveraxe countered, stepping into the arena. You know this, Nagnok. The ancient magic responds only to true worthiness. Your challenge has been met and overcome. Honor demands you acknowledge the result. For a tense moment, it seemed Nagnok might refuse. Then, with visible effort, he mastered himself and gave a curt nod. The challenge is satisfied, he ground out. I recognize the wizard born as Urgra's blood heir. His eyes met Harry's with cold intensity. But blood is not everything, Potter. Being acknowledged and being followed are two very different matters. With that, he and his supporters departed, leaving a divided chamber behind them. Ragnok approached Harry, carrying something wrapped in velvet cloth. You have passed the trial of 3 proofs, proven your heritage beyond question. The crown of claws is yours by right. He unwrapped the cloth, revealing the ancient crown that had appeared when Harry's blood first triggered the recognition magic. I can't take it to Hogwarts, Harry pointed out practically. Umbridge would have a field day. Of course not, Ragnok agreed. It will remain here, in safekeeping, until such time as you choose to claim it formally. But you should hold it now, if only briefly, to complete the recognition. Harry hesitated, then reached for the crown. As his fingers touched the metal, a surge of power ran through him, not painful, but intense, like completing a circuit. The crown glowed briefly, and Harry felt something settle within him, a connection to something ancient and powerful. It is done, Ragnok declared. Before these witnesses, Harry Potter is confirmed as the heir of Urgra, Ironblood of the royal line, rightful claimant to the crown of claws. The majority of the assembled goblins stomped their feet in acknowledgement, creating a rhythmic thunder that echoed through the chamber. What happens now? Harry asked as he handed the crown back to Ragnok. Now, Lady Silveraxe said, you return to the wizard world, to Hogwarts, to continue your education. But you return changed, connected to us in ways no wizard has been for centuries. The connection works both ways, Griphook added. You have goblin allies now. Should you need us, we will answer. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of this new responsibility. And what about Nagnok and his supporters? They will oppose you, Ragnok said frankly. But they must do so within the bounds of our laws. Your successful completion of the trial prevents direct challenge to your status. Small comfort, Harry muttered. Indeed, Lady Silveraxe agreed. Politics is rarely comfortable, young heir. You have passed the trial, but the true test begins when you return to the wizard world wearing the marks of your heritage for all to see. Harry touched his face, feeling the subtle changes that 3 days had brought, the sharper features, the slightly pointed ears hidden beneath his hair. His eyes, now permanently flecked with gold, would be the most noticeable change. I'm not going to hide what I am, he decided. Urgra didn't hide his mixed heritage. Neither will I. Griphook smiled, showing pointed teeth. Now that sounds like an Ironblood king. The Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet in the September sunlight as Harry made his way through the crowd at platform 9 3/4. He'd arrived deliberately late, giving himself minimal time to deal with curious stares before boarding. Despite his precautions, whispers followed him across the platform. Is that Potter? What's wrong with his eyes? Did you see his hands? I heard he's been cursed, Ministry's been looking for him. Harry kept his head high, Griphook's final words of advice echoing in his mind, show no weakness. Apologize for nothing. You are what you are, let them adjust to you, not the reverse. He spotted Ron and Hermione waiting anxiously by the train. Their expressions when they saw him were worth all the whispers, Hermione's gasp of surprise followed by intense curiosity, Ron's wide-eyed shock giving way to a grin. Bloody hell, Mate, Ron exclaimed as Harry reached them. You look different. That's putting it mildly, Hermione agreed, studying Harry's face with fascination. Your eyes. They're golden. Just flecks of gold, Harry corrected, smiling despite himself. He'd missed them more than he'd realized. It's a long story. Which you'll tell us everything about, Hermione insisted as they boarded the train. We've been worried sick. All Dumbledore would say was that you were safe with relatives you'd just discovered. That's one way of putting it, Harry chuckled. As they found an empty compartment and settled in, Harry felt a strange sense of straddling two worlds, the familiar comfort of his friends and Hogwarts journey, overlaid with his new awareness of his goblin heritage. Whatever came next, Umbridge, the Ministry, Voldemort, or Nagnak's continued opposition, he would face it as both wizard and goblin. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter felt truly complete. Chapter 2, Between Two Worlds. The whispers followed Harry from the moment he stepped into the Great Hall. Unlike the usual hushed conversations about the boy who lived, these carried a new edge of unease, even fear. Did you see his eyes? They're golden, like a werewolf. His fingers look like claws. Father says the Ministry's been looking for him all week. Harry kept his gaze forward, back straight, chin up, exactly as Griphook had taught him. Show no weakness. Apologize for nothing. He slid into his seat at the Gryffindor table between Ron and Hermione, who'd positioned themselves to create a buffer against the stairs. Ignore them, Hermione whispered fiercely. They'll get used to it. Yeah, Ron added, though less convincingly. Remember when everyone thought you were the heir of Slytherin? This'll blow over too. Harry smiled grimly. Somehow I doubt that. Not with her watching. He nodded toward the staff table where Umbridge sat in her fluffy pink cardigan, her toad-like eyes fixed on him with unconcealed malice. Unlike the other professors, who merely looked concerned or curious about Harry's altered appearance, Umbridge seemed almost gleeful, as if his obvious transformation had handed her a weapon. Harry. Neville scooted closer, lowering his voice. Everyone's saying crazy stuff about where you disappeared to before term. That you were kidnapped by goblins or cursed by Death Eaters or, I wasn't kidnapped, Harry cut him off. And it's not a curse. Then what happened? Seamus demanded from across the table, loud enough to draw even more attention. You don't just grow golden eyes and pointed ears over summer holiday. Pointed ears? Harry's hand instinctively went to the side of his head. He'd known his ears had changed shape slightly, but they were still mostly hidden by his hair. They're not that noticeable, Hermione assured him quickly, glaring at Seamus. Just tell us the truth, Potter, Seamus pressed. My mum nearly didn't let me come back this year because of all your monster stories, and now you show up looking like what? Harry challenged, feeling a surge of the defensive anger he'd experienced when Umbridge had insulted Griphook. Seamus faltered under Harry's golden-flecked stare. Like something not entirely human, he finished quietly. The nearby Gryffindors fell silent, watching the confrontation. Harry felt his new goblin-sharpened nails digging into his palms as he fought to control his temper. Not entirely human, he repeated evenly. Tell me, Seamus, what's so great about being entirely human anyway? Some of the best people I know aren't. Before Seamus could respond, Dumbledore rose to give his start-of-term speech. Harry only half listened, already familiar with the headmaster's usual warnings and welcomes. His attention sharpened, however, when Dumbledore introduced Umbridge as the new defense against the dark arts teacher. That's not all she is, Hermione whispered as Umbridge interrupted Dumbledore's speech with her own sugary sweet address. She's here as the Ministry's watchdog. Harry nodded grimly. And I'm first on her list. As Umbridge droned on about progress for progress's sake and pruning practices that ought to be prohibited, Harry became aware of something odd. His enhanced hearing was picking up not just her words, but subtle shifts in her tone, her breathing, the slight elevations in her pulse when she mentioned certain topics. Inadvertently, He was detecting her lies and half-truths on a physical level. "She's planning something specific," he murmured to Hermione. "Something beyond what she's saying." Hermione looked startled. "How do you know?" "I can hear it," Harry replied simply. "Her heart rate changes when she talks about safeguarding what ought to be safeguarded." Ron leaned in, eyes wide. "You can hear her heartbeat?" "From across the hall?" Harry nodded, suddenly self-conscious. "Enhanced hearing. It's part of the changes." Hermione's eyes lit with fascination. "We definitely need to talk. Tonight, after the feast." The Gryffindor common room emptied earlier than usual that evening, most students making excuses to head to their dormitories, though Harry suspected they simply felt uncomfortable around him. Only a handful remained: Ron, Hermione, Neville, looking nervous but determined, and the twins, who seemed more intrigued than disturbed by Harry's transformation. "Right," Fred said, plopping down across from Harry. "Out with it. What kind of awesome curse makes your eyes go all shiny gold?" "It's not a curse," Harry repeated for what felt like the 100th time. "It's heritage." He took a deep breath and told them everything: the visit to Gringotts, the blood recognition, Urgra's history, his days in the Deep Warrens, and the trial of 3 proofs. He left out only the most sensitive details about Goblin security and the exact location of their hidden realm. When he finished, the silence was deafening. "Bloody hell," George finally breathed. "You're telling us you're Goblin royalty?" "Half Goblin," Harry corrected. "Iron blood. And yes, apparently I'm the heir to their last king." "That's why the Ministry was so desperate to find you," Hermione realized. "It's not just about discrediting you anymore. This changes everything about your legal status." "What do you mean?" Neville asked. "Technically," Hermione explained, "according to the Beast Division's classification system, Harry's now a magical being rather than a wizard. That puts him under different legal restrictions." "I'm still a wizard," Harry objected. "I didn't lose my magic, I gained different abilities." "The Ministry won't see it that way," Hermione warned. "Especially not with Umbridge here. You've seen her anti-half-breed legislation." Fred whistled low. "No wonder she looked like Christmas had come early when she saw you. You're walking proof for her campaign." "So what happens now?" Ron asked. "I mean, beyond Umbridge being a nightmare and everyone staring at you." Harry leaned forward, lowering his voice even though his hearing confirmed no one was eavesdropping. "I need to maintain contact with the Goblin Nation. Ragnarok and Lady Silveraxe are forming something they're calling the Ironblood Council, the first cooperative body between Wizard Allied and Goblin Pure factions in centuries." "How exactly do you plan to meet with goblins from Hogwarts?" Hermione questioned. "The school's wards prevent apparition, and I doubt Umbridge will approve weekend trips to Gringotts." Harry smiled. "Goblins have their own ways of getting places. There's a network of tunnels beneath Britain that wizards know nothing about. Including, as it happens, several that connect to Hogwarts." "What?" Hermione gasped. "That's impossible. Hogwarts, a history clearly states, was written by wizards," Harry finished for her. "Goblins have been building tunnels since before Hogwarts existed. The founders either didn't know about them or couldn't block them." "Wicked," the twins said in unison. "There's more," Harry continued. "I'm starting to develop abilities. Goblin magic that works differently from wizard spells. I need to learn to control it." "What kind of abilities?" Neville asked, looking both frightened and fascinated. "Enhanced senses, for one," Harry explained. "I can see in near darkness, hear conversations through walls, smell things others can't. And there's something else, a connection to metal and stone. I can feel it, almost like it's alive." "Metal magic," Hermione breathed. "That's how goblins craft their legendary weapons and armor." Harry nodded. "Exactly. But I need practice, guidance. Griphook has arranged for a goblin smith to meet me secretly for training. I want to help, Hermione declared. This is an unprecedented opportunity to learn about goblin culture directly from the source. Me too, Ron added quickly. Someone's got to watch your back with Umbridge on the prowl. Harry felt a wave of gratitude. Despite his changed appearance, despite the complications it would bring, his friends stood by him. Thanks. I'm going to need all the help I can get. The first defense against the dark arts class confirmed Harry's worst fears. Umbridge's sickeningly sweet smile vanished the moment she spotted him, replaced by a look of calculated malice. Mr. Potter, she called out before he'd even taken his seat. Front and center, please. Harry reluctantly approached her desk, aware of every eye in the classroom following him. Yes, Professor. I've been reviewing student records, she said, loud enough for everyone to hear. And it seems yours requires updating. She held up an official-looking form. The ministry now requires all students of mixed heritage to register their non-human status. For safety purposes, you understand. The classroom went deathly quiet. Even the Slytherins, who normally enjoyed seeing Harry singled out, seemed uncomfortable with the blatant discrimination. I wasn't aware my heritage affected my student status, Harry replied evenly. Oh, but it does, Umbridge simpered. Half-breeds have different magical characteristics that require special monitoring. The form simply acknowledges your. She paused deliberately, condition. Harry's enhanced hearing picked up her elevated heart rate. She was enjoying this, the public humiliation, the power play. And if I don't sign? Umbridge's smile widened. Then I'm afraid you cannot participate in this class. Ministry safety regulations, you understand. Can't have unregistered magical beings handling dangerous spells. Harry felt a surge of anger but remembered Griphook's training in goblin emotional control. He let the anger flow through him without controlling his actions. May I review the form first? He asked, his voice surprisingly steady. Umbridge seemed disappointed by his calm reaction. You may take it with you and return it signed by tomorrow's class. But until then, you'll observe from the back, without a wand. As Harry turned to walk away, form in hand, Umbridge added sweetly, oh, and Mr. Potter. The registration applies to all classes where wands are used. I've taken the liberty of informing your other professors. The implication was clear, sign, or effectively end his magical education. Back at his desk, Harry glanced down at the form. The Registry of Non-Human Magical Beings required him to acknowledge restricted wand rights, limited access to certain magical areas, and, most disturbingly, regular evaluations by the Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures. Hermione, reading over his shoulder, gasped softly. Harry, you can't sign this. It's practically signing away your basic rights. I know, he whispered back. But what choice do I have? The rest of the class proceeded miserably, with Umbridge assigning reading from a simplistic, theory-only textbook while repeatedly glancing at Harry to ensure he wasn't using his wand. When the bell finally rang, Harry was first out the door. That evil, twisted gargoyle. Ron exploded once they were safely away. She can't actually enforce that rubbish, can she? Unfortunately, she can, Hermione said grimly. Educational Decree No. 23 gives her the authority to implement ministry safety regulations at Hogwarts. It gets worse, Harry added, holding up the form. Look at the fine print. By signing, I'd agree to reasonable restrictions on my movements during full moons and equinoxes. But you're not a werewolf. Ron sputtered. Doesn't matter, Harry replied. The form covers all partially human magical beings, which, according to the ministry, now includes me. You need to show this to Dumbledore, Hermione insisted. Surely he can intervene. Harry wasn't so sure. Dumbledore's power at Hogwarts is already being undermined. Besides, the ministry's been after any excuse to remove me, this just gives them legitimate grounds. So what will you do? Hermione asked worriedly. Harry straightened his shoulders. I'm not signing it. And I'm not giving up my wand. Let her try to take it. That evening, Harry slipped away from the common room under his invisibility cloak, following directions Griphook had provided to a supposedly unused corridor on the 4th floor. His goblin-enhanced vision easily spotted the subtle marks carved into the stone wall, symbols invisible to human eyes, showing the location of a hidden entrance. He pressed his palm against the indicated spot, feeling the stone respond to his touch. A section of wall silently receded, revealing a narrow passageway. About time, growled a familiar voice from the darkness. I was beginning to think you'd gotten lost. Griphook? Harry peered into the shadows, making out the goblin warrior's stocky silhouette. I didn't expect you personally. Griphook emerged into the dim light. Ragnarok insisted. Apparently, I'm your official, cultural liaison, now. He didn't sound entirely pleased with the assignment. Harry grinned. Could be worse. You could be stuck with Umbridge duty. I've heard about your encounter with the Toad Woman, Griphook replied, his expression hardening. The registration form. You didn't sign it? Of course not. Griphook nodded approvingly. Good. It would bind you magically to its restrictions. Wizard contracts aren't to be taken lightly. He gestured for Harry to follow him into the passage. Come. The others are waiting. Others? Harry hurried after him as the wall sealed itself behind them. The beginnings of your council, Griphook explained. Representatives from clans willing to work with the Iron-Blood heir. Not many, but significant ones. The passage descended steeply, the air growing cooler and damper. Harry's night vision automatically adjusted, allowing him to see details even in the near darkness, a skill that still surprised him. Eventually, they emerged into a small chamber that Harry guessed must be deep beneath the Hogwarts foundations. Waiting there were 3 goblins, an elderly female Harry recognized as Nagrak, the librarian, a muscular smith wearing a leather apron, and a younger goblin with an unusual silver circlet on his brow. The heir arrives, Nagrak announced, inclining her head slightly. Thank you for coming, Harry greeted them, following the goblin custom of acknowledging their presence before asking their purpose. Especially given the risk. Risk is relative, the smith grunted. I am Hammerhand, mastersmith of Clan Silverforge. I'm here to begin your training in metalcraft. I am Silvermark, the younger goblin introduced himself. Son of Lady Silveraxe. I serve as messenger between Undermount and the surface. And you already know me, Nagrak finished. I bring records and knowledge you'll need to understand your heritage and abilities. Harry was touched by their commitment. I'm honored. But why a council? Why now? Because events are moving quickly, Griphook explained. Both in the wizard world and ours. Nagnok has been rallying opposition to your recognition, claiming your absence from goblin affairs proves your disinterest in our people. Meanwhile, Silvermark added, the ministry increases anti-goblin sentiment daily. Just yesterday, they proposed new restrictions on vault access for security concerns. And the Dark Lord's forces grow, Nagrak said quietly. Our intelligence suggests he seeks goblin allies, promising rights wizards have long denied us. Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. So I need to establish a visible connection to the goblin nation, while still attending Hogwarts, all without the ministry interfering. Precisely, Hammerhand confirmed. Which is why we begin tonight. The Iron-Blood heir must demonstrate skill in both worlds. What followed was an intensive crash course in goblin politics, magic, and metalcraft. Nagrak provided scrolls of goblin history for Harry to study, focusing on treaty violations that wizards had conveniently forgotten. Silvermark outlined the current clan structures and key players Harry needed to know. Most fascinating, however, was Hammerhand's instruction. The smith produced a small ingot of silver and placed it before Harry. Feel it, he commanded. Not with your fingers, with your blood. The metal speaks to those with the gift. Harry placed his hands near the silver, concentrating. At first, he felt nothing. Then, slowly, a sensation like a humming vibration reached him, not through his ears or fingers, but through some deeper sense he couldn't name. I feel something, he murmured. Like it's singing. Hammerhand nodded approvingly. Silver sings. Gold whispers. Iron shouts. Each metal has its voice, its nature. Ironbloods can hear them all. Under the smith's guidance, Harry learned to not just hear but respond to the metal, to coax it into new shapes using a combination of goblin touch magic and his wizard core. By the session's end, he had managed to reshape the silver into a crude but recognizable brooch bearing the lightning bolt symbol. Not terrible, Hammerhand grudgingly admitted. For a first attempt. Coming from a goblin craftsman, Harry knew this was high praise indeed. We should end here, Griphook announced as the hour grew late. The heir needs rest, and our presence shouldn't be detected. As they prepared to depart, Silvermark approached Harry with a small pouch. From Lady Silveraxe. A communication device. Touch the stone inside and speak her name when you need to contact the council urgently. Thank you, Harry said, genuinely moved by their support. All of you. Don't thank us yet, Griphook warned. The hard part is still coming. The next few weeks established a grueling pattern. By day, Harry faced increasing hostility from Umbridge, who had banned him from actively participating in not only defense against the dark arts but also charms and transfiguration after he refused to sign her registration form. Only Professor McGonagall openly defied her, insisting that Harry be allowed to practice in her class. I don't care if you've grown tentacles and a beak, Potter, she had declared loudly when Umbridge attempted to intervene. In my classroom, all students perform magic, regardless of heritage. Ministry forms notwithstanding. Snape, surprisingly, had taken a similar though less vocal stance. He'd simply ignored Umbridge's directive entirely, fixing her with a cold stare when she attempted to raise the issue during a potions class. Mr. Potter's questionable heritage has no bearing on his ability to butcher potions' ingredients, he had drawled. Though it may explain his previous incompetence. The student body's reaction remained mixed. Most Gryffindors had gradually adjusted to Harry's altered appearance, though conversations still sometimes halted awkwardly when he entered a room. The Hufflepuffs seemed uncertain but generally kind, while the Ravenclaw's responses ranged from scholarly fascination to open suspicion. The Slytherins, predictably, were the worst, though not in the way Harry had expected. Rather than simple mockery, Malfoy had taken to speaking about Harry in the third person, as if he were an interesting specimen rather than a person. The half-breed shows signs of agitation, he would narrate loudly whenever Harry was nearby. Note the flaring of nostrils and the glinting of its unusual eyes. It took all of Harry's goblin-trained self-control not to react, which seemed to frustrate Malfoy more than any outburst would have. By night, Harry continued his secret training with the Goblin Council. 3 times a week, he slipped away to the hidden chamber beneath Hogwarts, where Hammerhand taught him metalcraft, Nagrak instructed him in goblin law and history, and Griphook continued his combat training. Under their guidance, his natural abilities flourished. To his surprise, he discovered that his goblin heritage enhanced rather than interfered with his wizard magic. When practicing spells alone, Harry found that incorporating goblin-focusing techniques, engaging all his senses, feeling the flow of magic through his body, actually improved his spell precision. His greatest breakthrough came during an October training session with Hammerhand. The smith had brought a chunk of raw ore containing traces of gold. Most goblins can sense precious metals, Hammerhand explained. Ironbloods can call to them, separate them from base matter. Harry concentrated on the ore, focusing on the faint whisper Hammerhand had taught him to associate with gold. As he extended his senses into the stone, he instinctively raised his wand, combining the goblin sense magic with a non-verbal accio. To everyone's astonishment, threads of pure gold emerged from the ore like droplets of water being pulled from a sponge, coalescing into a small perfect sphere that hovered before Harry's wand. Extraordinary, Negrak whispered. The union of wizard and goblin magic. This hasn't been seen since Urgra himself. Can all Ironbloods do this? Harry asked, amazed at what he'd accomplished. No, Griphook answered slowly. Urgra was unique in his ability to blend the two magical traditions. It seems you've inherited more than just his blood. Harry began experimenting with other combinations, discovering that many wizard spells could be amplified or refined through goblin techniques. His disillusionment charm, when combined with the goblin's sense of stone, allowed him to blend perfectly into rock surfaces. His shield charm, infused with goblin metal sense, could now deflect physical objects as well as spells. Most useful, however, was how his enhanced senses improved his awareness in potentially dangerous situations. He could detect approaching footsteps long before others heard them, smell the distinctive scent of individuals, and spot hidden details that others missed. More than once, this awareness allowed him to avoid Umbridge or Filch during his nighttime excursions. Hermione, predictably, was fascinated by his developing abilities and had appointed herself his research assistant. She spent hours in the library, searching for any mentions of goblin magic or Ironblood lineage in wizarding texts, though with limited success. It's frustrating, she complained one evening in the common room, keeping her voice low to avoid eavesdroppers. There's almost nothing on goblin magic from the goblin perspective. Everything's written by wizards, full of prejudice and misconceptions. That's by design, Harry explained. Goblins guard their magical knowledge carefully. After centuries of wizard betrayal, they don't share their secrets easily. Which makes what you're learning even more extraordinary, Hermione noted. They're trusting you with traditions they've protected for generations. Harry hadn't considered it from that angle. I suppose they are. And that's why I've been thinking, Hermione continued, a familiar gleam of determination in her eye, we should start a study group. Not just for defense, though we desperately need that with Umbridge teaching us nothing, but for magical being rights and cross-cultural magic. A study group? Harry echoed skeptically. With everything else going on. Hear me out, Hermione insisted. You're in a unique position to bridge two magical worlds. But you can't do it alone. You need allies, wizard allies who understand what's at stake. Ron, who had been pretending to work on his divination homework while listening in, looked up. She's got a point, mate. The way Umbridge is treating you, it's not just about you anymore. It's about how the Ministry views anyone who's different. Harry considered their words. He'd been so focused on balancing his two identities that he hadn't fully considered how his situation connected to the larger issue of magical being rights. Who would even join such a group, he asked. Most students still stare at me like I'm about to rob their vaults. More than you think, Hermione countered. I've been talking to people. Luna's fascinated by goblin culture. Neville's supportive of anyone the Ministry mistreats. Even some Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws have expressed interest. And what about defense training? Harry questioned. Umbridge would shut us down immediately if she found out. We'd be underground anyway, Hermione pointed out. One secret group can cover both needs. Harry thought about it. Teaching defense skills would definitely help prepare students for the coming conflict with Voldemort. And opening minds about magical beings might help build the bridges Urgra had envisioned. All right, he agreed finally. Let's do it. But carefully. Little did he know how quickly, carefully, would become desperately. The first meeting of what they cautiously called the Defense Association took place on a rainy Saturday in mid-October. Hermione had found the perfect location, the room of requirement, which transformed itself into exactly the space they needed, large enough for practice, equipped with cushions for dueling, and completely unplottable on any map. Harry was astonished by the turnout. Beyond the expected Gryffindors, there were students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw as well, about 25 in total. No Slytherins, but that wasn't surprising given the house rivalries. As the students filed in, Harry noticed their reactions to his appearance. Some tried not to stare, others openly gawked, but all seemed at least willing to listen. It was more acceptance than he'd encountered in the broader school. "Thank you all for coming," Hermione began once everyone had settled. "As you know, we're here for 2 reasons. First, to learn proper defensive magic that we're not getting in class." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. "And second," she continued more carefully, "to discuss the Ministry's increasingly problematic stance on magical beings and what it means for wizardkind." This garnered more uncertain looks and whispers. Harry stepped forward. "I know what some of you are thinking. Why should wizard students care about goblin rights or centaur territory disputes or house elf treatment?" He paused, letting his gaze sweep the room. "The answer is simple, because Voldemort doesn't distinguish between magical peoples when he attacks." Several students flinched at the name, but Harry pressed on. "Last time he rose to power, he didn't just target muggles and muggleborns. He used giants, recruited werewolves, threatened goblins. He exploited divisions the Ministry itself created through centuries of discriminatory policies. That's why we need to learn defense," Neville spoke up unexpectedly. "Not just against Death Eaters, but against the Ministry's own prejudice." "Exactly," Harry agreed, surprised and pleased by Neville's support. "And as for why I'm involved in both." He gestured to his altered features. "Let's just say I've recently gained some personal perspective." "You're really part goblin?" Terry Boot asked. "The rumors are true." Harry nodded. "I recently discovered my great-great-grandmother was the witch wife of the last Goblin King. The bloodline's been dormant until now." "Is that why your eyes are gold?" Luna Lovegood inquired dreamily. "They're quite beautiful, like Raxpert detectors." "Heir, thanks," Harry replied, thrown by the compliment. "And yes, it's part of the iron blood traits. My senses have also improved, I can see in the dark, hear conversations through walls, that sort of thing." This revelation sparked immediate interest, shifting the mood from uncertainty to curiosity. "Can you demonstrate goblin magic?" asked Anthony Goldstein eagerly. "I've read they can manipulate metal with their bare hands." Harry hesitated, then reached into his pocket for a sickle. "I'm still learning, but..." He held the coin between his fingers, concentrating on the silver. Using techniques Hammerhand had taught him, he felt the metal respond to his will, softening and reshaping into a tiny, intricate star before hardening again. Gasps and exclamations filled the room. "That's bloody brilliant!" Seamus exclaimed, his previous hostility seemingly forgotten in the face of such impressive magic. "It's not just tricks," Harry explained, encouraged by their reaction. "Goblin magic works differently from ours, but it's just as powerful. And when combined with wizard spells..." He drew his wand and demonstrated the enhanced shield charm he'd developed, which shimmered with metallic resonance. "That's why we wanted to create this group," Hermione took over smoothly. "To learn defense, yes, but also to understand that magical strength comes in many forms, some the Ministry doesn't want us to recognize." The remainder of the meeting focused on organizing future sessions and basic defensive spells. Harry guided them through proper disarming technique, impressed by their enthusiasm despite the material being review for most. "Next time," he promised as they wrapped up, "we'll work on shield charms and maybe start on patron uses for the more advanced students." As the group departed in small clusters to avoid suspicion, Fred and George lingered behind. "This went better than expected," Fred commented. "People are more open-minded when you show them something cool," George added with a grin. "Metal bending tends to distract from pointy ears." Harry laughed. "I'll remember that strategy." "Seriously though," Fred continued, his expression unusually solemn, "we've got your back on this, Harry. The Ministry's treatment of non-humans has always been rubbish. Dad tells us stories about what they tried to do to Lupin after he resigned. And we've been thinking," George added, "our joke shop plans could expand to include products that help magical beings work around Ministry restrictions." Disguise items, detection blockers, that sort of thing. That's actually brilliant, Harry said, genuinely impressed. And probably a good market opportunity too. Business and rebellion, Fred agreed cheerfully. Our two favorite things. After everyone left, Harry remained behind, reflecting on the meeting's success. For the first time since his transformation, he felt he might actually be able to build something positive from his dual heritage, not just survive it. That fragile hope lasted exactly 3 days. The notice appeared on all house bulletin boards overnight, Educational Decree No. 24, banning all student organizations, clubs, teams, and groups. The timing was too precise to be coincidence. Someone had informed Umbridge about their meeting. But how could she know? Ron demanded as they stared at the notice in the Gryffindor common room. We were careful. Everyone signed the secrecy parchment Hermione created. The parchment prevents them from talking about the group's purpose, Hermione corrected worriedly, not its existence. Someone must have mentioned we were meeting without giving details. Harry felt a cold certainty settling in his stomach. It doesn't matter how she knows. This is just the beginning. She's been looking for excuses to tighten control. He was right. Within days, Umbridge had been appointed Hogwarts High Inquisitor, with power to inspect teachers and implement new rules. Her first target, predictably, was Harry. Mr. Potter, she called sweetly as he entered the Great Hall for breakfast one morning. A word, please. With the entire student body watching, Harry had little choice but to approach her. Yes, Professor. It has come to my attention, she announced loud enough for nearby tables to hear, that you have been conducting unauthorized magical activities despite your unregistered status. I'm not aware of any rule requiring registration to eat breakfast, Harry replied evenly. Several students snickered, which only deepened Umbridge's saccharine smile. Defiance will only make things worse, Mr. Potter. As High Inquisitor, I am implementing new security protocols for students of mixed heritage. She held up a thick silver bracelet. This tracking device will ensure you remain in authorized areas only. Harry stared at the bracelet in disbelief. You expect me to wear a magical tracking device? Like a criminal? Like a responsible citizen complying with ministry safety regulations, she corrected, her eyes glittering with malice. Unless you'd prefer suspension until your status is properly registered. Harry felt trapped. Refusing would give her exactly the excuse she needed to remove him from Hogwarts entirely, cutting him off from his friends and the DA. But accepting meant his movements would be constantly monitored, preventing his nighttime meetings with the Goblin Council. Before he could respond, Professor McGonagall appeared beside them, her lips pressed into a thin line of fury. Dolores, I must object. Tracking devices are used for convicted criminals, not students. The safety of the student body is my primary concern, Minerva, Umbridge replied smoothly. Mr. Potter's unregistered condition presents unknown risks. His condition, as you call it, has caused no disruption to school activities, McGonagall countered. This is nothing but thinly veiled discrimination. The Ministry's position on unregistered magical beings is quite clear, Umbridge said, her voice hardening. Either Mr. Potter wears the tracking device, or he cannot remain at Hogwarts. The choice is simple. The entire hall had gone silent, watching the confrontation. Harry could feel the weight of hundreds of stares, some sympathetic, others curious, a few openly hostile. I'll wear it, he said finally, extending his wrist. For now. McGonagall looked like she wanted to object further but recognized the political reality. Umbridge had the Ministry's full backing. With a triumphant smile, Umbridge clasped the silver bracelet around Harry's wrist. It adjusted itself automatically, tightening until it was snug against his skin. Immediately, Harry felt a strange magical vibration from the metal. There, Umbridge said with satisfaction. Now we'll all feel much safer. As she walked away, Harry examined the bracelet more closely. To his surprise, his goblin senses detected something beyond the obvious tracking magic, a subtle enchantment designed to suppress certain magical abilities. She wasn't just tracking him, she was attempting to dampen his goblin powers. "Harry, are you all right?" Hermione whispered as he returned to the Gryffindor table. "No," he replied grimly. "But I will be." That night, alone in his bed with the curtains drawn, Harry focused his attention on the bracelet. Using the metal sense Hammerhand had taught him, he explored its construction, feeling the layers of enchantment woven into the silver. The tracking spell was straightforward enough, similar to the trace used on underage wizards, but more specific to location. The suppression enchantment was more complex, designed to interfere with non-wizard magical cores. It might have worked on a full goblin, but Harry's dual nature provided a workaround. Concentrating intensely, he channeled his magic into the metal itself, not attempting to break the spells but to modify them. He visualized the tracking enchantment continuing to function but reporting his location as Gryffindor Tower, regardless of where he actually was. Similarly, he imagined the suppression enchantment encountering a wizard core and thus remaining dormant. The bracelet grew warm against his skin, then cool again as the metal accepted his modifications. When he opened his eyes, it appeared unchanged, but he could feel the difference. Umbridge's tracking device now served him, not her. With a grim smile, Harry slipped from his bed. He had a council meeting to attend. She did what? Griphook growled when Harry showed him the bracelet later that night in their underground meeting place. "Tracking bracelet," Harry explained, holding up his wrist. "Standard ministry procedure for dangerous half-breeds, apparently." Hammerhand examined it with professional interest. "Crude work. Wizard metalcraft always lacks subtlety. You've already subverted it?" Harry nodded, not bothering to ask how Hammerhand knew. "It still looks functional, but reports what I want it to." "Clever," Nagrak approved. "Using their own prejudice against them." Urgra would have appreciated the irony. "It's more than prejudice now," Silvermark warned, having just arrived from Undermount with fresh news. "The Ministry has begun raiding Goblin businesses in Nocturne Alley, claiming security concerns. 3 silversmiths were arrested yesterday for operating without proper licensing." "And Nagnok?" Harry asked, referring to his Goblin rival. "Using the raids to bolster his position," Silvermark confirmed grimly. "He claims your failure to prevent wizard persecution proves the folly of recognizing a wizard-raised heir." Harry felt frustration rising in him. "What am I supposed to do from Hogwarts? I can barely move without Umbridge watching my every step." "You must do something," Griphook insisted. "Even a symbolic gesture would demonstrate your commitment to goblin welfare." "The Ironblood Council grows restless," Nagrak added. "Lady Silveraxe maintains support for you, but others question your silence while our people are persecuted." Harry paced the chamber, thinking furiously. He needed a public action that would demonstrate his commitment to goblin rights without giving Umbridge ammunition to expel him. Something visible but within school rules. An idea struck him. "The Defense Association," he said suddenly. "We've been focusing on practical magic, but Hermione wanted to include education about magical beings. What if we expanded that? Made it more visible? A student group?" Griphook sounded skeptical. "How would that help goblins being arrested in London?" "Because students become adults," Harry explained, his excitement growing. "If we change how the next generation of wizards thinks about goblins, centaurs, house elves, we change the future of magical relations." "A long-term strategy," Nagrak mused. Urgra believed education was essential to lasting change. "And short-term?" Hammerhand pressed. "Our people suffer now." Harry thought of the twins' offer. "I may have some ideas about that too. But first, I need to speak with Hermione." "SMPLE." Ron repeated incredulously the next morning as Hermione outlined her proposal. "Students for interspecies magical partnerships, liberty, and equality." Bit of a mouthful, isn't it? "The acronym is what matters," Hermione explained patiently. Simple, as in, it's simple to understand that all magical beings deserve basic rights. I like it, Harry approved. And with Educational Decree 24, we'll need to apply for official recognition, which means Umbridge will have to publicly approve or deny a student group promoting magical being equality, Hermione finished with satisfaction. Either way, we win. If she approves it, we have a platform. If she denies it, she exposes the Ministry's prejudice. Brilliant, Harry said. But we'll need more than just the three of us. People who can't be easily intimidated. I've already started recruiting, Hermione assured him. Luna's on board, she's even designing badges. Neville too. And several Ravenclaws who were at the DA meeting. What about the defense training? Ron asked. We still need that with you-know-who out there. We continue that in secret, Harry decided. But SMPLE becomes our public face, completely legitimate, focused on education and advocacy. The plan moved quickly. By week's end, Hermione had collected 30 signatures for the group's formation and submitted the official application to Professor McGonagall, who forwarded it to Umbridge with barely concealed satisfaction. Umbridge's response was predictably negative, but she overplayed her hand. Rather than simply denying the application, she created yet another educational decree, number 26, specifically banning student organizations focused on promoting the interests of undesirable non-wizard part humans. The backlash was immediate and unexpected. Many students who had been indifferent to Harry's situation were outraged by such blatant discrimination. The term undesirable non-wizard part humans struck many as unnecessarily cruel, reminding older students uncomfortably of historical wizard supremacist movements. She's done our recruiting for us, Hermione observed as they watched students throughout the Great Hall discussing the new decree with evident disapproval. Nothing motivates teenagers like telling them they're not allowed to do something. SMPLE. Badges appeared throughout the school despite the ban, charmed by the twins to display innocent messages when Umbridge looked at them. Study groups formed to discuss Goblin history and rights, disguised as charm study sessions. Luna's father even ran a sympathetic article in the Quibbler, interviewing a Goblin anonymously about Ministry discrimination. For Harry, the growing movement provided both hope and increased scrutiny. Umbridge watched him constantly, clearly suspecting him of orchestrating the resistance but unable to prove it. His modified tracking bracelet showed him always where he was supposed to be, even while he attended secret DA training sessions and Goblin Council meetings. The Goblin Nation noticed the shifting sentiment as well. Ragnarok sent word through Silvermark that articles about SMPLE had reached Goblin communities, raising Harry's standing among previously skeptical clans. Even a few of Nagnak's supporters had begun questioning their leader's absolute opposition to wizard cooperation. But the Ministry's persecution of goblins continued. More raids, more arrests, more restrictions on movement and commerce. The Daily Prophet painted these actions as security measures against potential dark creature allegiance with you-know-who, effectively using fear of Voldemort to justify increased discrimination. We need to do more, Harry insisted during a particularly tense council meeting in late October. Advocacy isn't enough when goblins are being arrested right now. What do you suggest? Griphook asked. You can hardly leave Hogwarts to lead protests. Not protests, Harry said thoughtfully. Something more direct. Hammerhand, you mentioned some of the arrested silversmiths were from your clan. The smith nodded gravely. 3 cousins. Their shops were seized, their crafts confiscated as evidence. Where are they being held? Ministry holding cells, awaiting trial before the Being Division. But the dates keep being postponed, deliberate delay tactics. Harry made a decision. I want to help free them. The goblins exchanged startled glances. You're proposing a jailbreak? Nagrak asked skeptically. From inside the Ministry itself? Not personally, Harry clarified. But I have connections, people who could help. People the Ministry wouldn't suspect of aiding goblins. The Order of the Phoenix? Griphook guessed. Harry shook his head. They're too focused on Voldemort, and too law-abiding for this kind of action. I was thinking of something more, entrepreneurial. Returning to Gryffindor Tower that night, Harry sought out Fred and George, who were huddled in a corner testing what looked suspiciously like nosebleed nougat on a first year. I need a word, he told them quietly. Private business opportunity. The twins perked up immediately, abandoning their test subject, who seemed relieved despite the blood. We're listening, Fred said once they'd secured a private corner with muffling charms. Remember you mentioned expanding your joke shop plans to include products for magical beings? Harry began. I have something more immediate in mind. By the time he finished outlining his proposal, the twins were grinning identically. A prison break using joke products? George summarized. Brilliant and completely mad. Our specialty, Fred agreed. But we'll need help on the inside, someone who knows the ministry layout. Leave that to me, Harry assured them. Just focus on developing the right tools. And remember, this has to be completely untraceable. The plan took shape over the following days. The twins created what they called magical maintenance munchies, sweets that, when consumed, would create the urgent need for bathroom breaks among ministry security personnel. They also developed temporary goblin glamour gum, which would give a human the appearance of a goblin for 30 minutes, and vice versa. For their inside person, Harry took a calculated risk and approached Percy Weasley via a carefully worded letter. Despite Percy's estrangement from his family and apparent ministry loyalty, Harry suspected the former head boy still maintained some principles beneath his ambition. The letter, delivered by a nondescript school owl, made no direct mentions of illegal activity. It simply described the silversmith's situation, emphasized their detention without trial, and asked if Percy could provide building layout information to someone concerned about their welfare. To Harry's surprise and relief, Percy responded within days, not with a letter, but with detailed ministry floor plans showing security checkpoints, holding cells, and staff rotations. The only note attached read simply, I remain loyal to the ministry's proper principles, not its current failings. Burn after reading. With preparations in place, the twins contacted their friend Lee Jordan, who had a cousin working in magical maintenance at the ministry. The operation was scheduled for the first weekend in November, when security would be reduced due to a major Quidditch match. Harry, of course, couldn't participate directly. His tracking bracelet, even modified, would raise alarms if he left Hogwarts grounds. Instead, he coordinated from afar, using the communication stone Lady Silveraxe had provided to relay information between the twins and the Goblin extraction team led by Silvermark. The morning of the operation, Harry sat in the library with Hermione and Ron, pretending to study while actually monitoring developments through periodic updates. Maintenance munchies delivered to security break room, Ron reported quietly, having just received a coded message from Fred. An hour later, Hermione whispered, glamours activated. Team inside. The wait was excruciating. Harry's enhanced hearing picked up his own heartbeat thundering in his ears as minutes stretched into hours with no further updates. Finally, just before dinner, Ron's enchanted galleon heated up with the final message, packages delivered safely to underground transport. No complications. Relief flooded through Harry. The silversmiths were free, escorted through the ministry's own corridors by disguised rescuers, and now safely in goblin tunnels heading to a secure location. The ministry wouldn't even discover the escape until Monday morning, by which time all evidence would have vanished. That night, the Goblin Council meeting had a celebratory atmosphere. Hammerhand actually smiled, reporting that his cousins were safely settled in a workshop deep in the Goblin territories. The Ironblood Council sends its formal appreciation, Silvermark announced. This action has silenced many of your critics among the clans. Even Nagnok has been forced to acknowledge your commitment to Goblin welfare. It's not enough, Harry insisted. 3 silversmiths freed, while dozens of others still face persecution. And the root problem, ministry prejudice, remains unchanged. True, Nagrak agreed. But symbolism matters in politics. You've demonstrated that you're willing to act, not just speak, for goblin interests. And wizard interests, Griphook added thoughtfully. Your student group promotes mutual respect, not goblin supremacy. You're embodying Urgra's original vision of cooperation. Harry hadn't considered it that way. I'm just doing what seems right. Which is precisely why the Ironblood Council has voted to formally recognize your authority, Silvermark revealed. They've commissioned this as a symbol of their support. He presented Harry with a silver armband etched with goblin runes and set with a single emerald. This marks you as acknowledged heir to the throne of Urgra, with the provisional authority to speak for goblin interests in wizard affairs. Harry accepted the band with surprise. I don't know what to say. Actions speak louder than words, Hammerhand grunted. You've begun to earn this recognition. Continue to do so. The significance of the moment wasn't lost on Harry. After weeks of navigating between worlds, facing discrimination and suspicion from both sides, he'd finally gained formal acknowledgement of his dual role. It wasn't full acceptance. Nagnok and his supporters still opposed him, and many wizard students still viewed him with unease, but it was a start. As he slipped the armband onto his wrist opposite Umbridge's tracker, Harry felt the metal warm to his touch, responding to his Ironblood magic. 2 bracelets, one representing wizard oppression, the other goblin acceptance. The contrast couldn't have been clearer. November brought bitterly cold weather and increasingly bold resistance to Umbridge's reign. The DA continued meeting secretly, with Harry teaching increasingly advanced defensive magic. Many members had mastered shield charms and were beginning to produce patron uses, wisps of silver that grew stronger with each practice. Meanwhile, SMPLE operated as an underground information network, distributing pamphlets about magical being rights and history. Hermione had created an impressive curriculum, incorporating both wizard texts and information Harry provided from goblin sources. Umbridge grew more frustrated and heavy-handed by the day. Unable to catch the DA in the act, she banned all gatherings of 3 or more students outside classrooms. When this proved unenforceable, she created the Inquisitorial Squad, a group of student informants led by Draco Malfoy, empowered to report rule-breakers directly to her. She's getting desperate, Ron observed as they watched Crabbe and Goyle interrogating a terrified second year in the corridor. Can't control the school, can't catch us, can't even prove you're behind SMPLE. Don't underestimate her, Harry warned. Desperate people do dangerous things. His caution proved prescient. The very next morning at breakfast, Umbridge made an announcement that silenced the entire hall. It has come to my attention, she began sweetly, that unauthorized tunnel access exists beneath Hogwarts, tunnels that may allow dangerous elements to enter school grounds undetected. Harry felt his blood freeze. How could she know about the goblin passages? As High Inquisitor responsible for school security, she continued, I have requested Ministry specialists to seal these tunnels permanently. They arrive tomorrow. The implication was clear, she knew about the Goblin Council meetings. Perhaps not who attended or their exact purpose, but enough to target their access routes. She can't actually seal goblin tunnels, Hermione whispered frantically once Umbridge finished speaking. They're protected by ancient magic. She can try, Harry replied grimly. And in the process, she might discover the council chamber. That night, Harry called an emergency meeting, warning the goblins of the impending ministry action. Griphook took the news stoically. We've faced wizard interference before, he said. We'll collapse the direct access tunnels ourselves and create new ones beyond their detection. But this location is compromised, Nagrach pointed out. We need a new meeting place. I might know somewhere, Harry suggested, thinking of the room of requirement. But getting you there unseen will be challenging with the Inquisitorial Squad patrolling. Let us worry about that, Silvermark assured him. Goblins have ways of moving unseen even without wizard invisibility cloaks. They agreed to suspend meetings temporarily while establishing new routes. As they prepared to depart for what might be the last time from their underground chamber, Harry felt a strange vibration through his feet, a tremor in the stone that his enhanced senses detected before anyone else. "Wait," he said sharply. "Something's wrong." The tremor intensified. Dust shook loose from the ceiling. Ministry team arrived early, Griphook concluded, drawing his short sword. "They're attempting to map the tunnel network magically." "That spell could cause a collapse," Hammerhand warned, looking up at the increasingly unstable ceiling. "We need to evacuate," Harry decided. "Now." They moved quickly toward the exit tunnel, but before they reached it, a louder rumble shook the chamber. Cracks appeared in the walls, and a section of ceiling came crashing down, blocking their escape route. "Alternate exit," Griphook ordered, pointing to a smaller passage on the opposite side. As they changed direction, Harry felt a sharp pain from his tracking bracelet, no longer reporting false information but suddenly active, burning against his skin. "They've triggered the tracker," he warned. "They know I'm here. Move." Silvermark urged, pushing Harry toward the second tunnel. They had nearly reached it when the chamber shook violently. The ceiling collapsed in multiple places, sending chunks of stone crashing down around them. Harry felt Griphook shove him roughly forward as a particularly large slab fell. When the dust settled, Harry found himself separated from Nagrak and Hammerhand, with only Griphook and Silvermark on his side of the cave-in. Worse, the alternate exit was now blocked as well. "Nagrak! Hammerhand!" Harry called through a small gap in the rubble. "Alive," came Hammerhand's gruff reply. "Tunnel behind us still open. We'll make our way out through the deep passages." "Go!" Griphook ordered them. "We'll find another way." Silvermark examined their side of the chamber. "No exits remaining. We're trapped." "Not quite," Harry said, remembering something from his goblin training. "Ironbloods can speak to stone as well as metal." He placed his hands against the chamber wall, reaching out with his senses as Hammerhand had taught him. The stone felt different from metal, less responsive, more stubborn, but still alive in its way. He could feel the layers of earth beyond, the weaknesses in the rock. "I need your help," he told Griphook and Silvermark. "Lend me your strength." Understanding immediately, the two goblins placed their hands alongside his. Harry felt their goblin magic joining his own, amplifying his connection to the stone. Concentrating intensely, Harry pushed his combined wizard and goblin power into the wall, seeking the path of least resistance. Slowly, the stone began to soften and reshape, forming a rough tunnel just large enough to crawl through. "It's working," Silvermark whispered, amazement in his voice. "You're creating a passageway." The effort was exhausting. Harry's muscles trembled, sweat pouring down his face as he coaxed the unyielding stone to move. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, he had created a tunnel about 15 feet long, emerging into what felt like a larger space beyond. "Through here," he gasped, collapsing from the effort. Griphook caught him before he hit the ground. "Impressive, Potter. Now let's move before they bring the whole castle down around us." They crawled through the narrow passage, emerging into what Harry recognized as one of the deepest dungeons of Hogwarts, an abandoned storage area far below even the Slytherin common room. From here, they could make their way back to the main castle through rarely used corridors. "My tracker's still active," Harry warned, looking at the now glowing bracelet. "They can follow me directly now." "Then we separate," Griphook decided. "Silvermark and I will take the service passages back to the main goblin tunnels. You return to your dormitory and claim you were sleepwalking or some other wizard excuse." "They won't believe that," Harry objected. "They don't need to believe it," Griphook countered. "They just need to lack proof of alternatives. Your tracker shows you in the castle, that much is true. Make them prove you were meeting with goblins." It was their only option. After brief farewell, the goblins disappeared down a hidden passage, and Harry began the long climb back toward Gryffindor Tower. He had nearly reached the main floor when he heard footsteps approaching rapidly. His enhanced hearing identified multiple people, at least 3, one with the distinctive clipped gait of Umbridge herself. With nowhere to hide in the narrow corridor, Harry did the only thing he could. He kept walking, straightening his robes and trying to look as though he had every right to be wandering the dungeons after hours. "There he is," came Umbridge's triumphant voice as she rounded the corner, flanked by Filch and 2 men in ministry uniforms. "Caught in the act." "In the act of walking, Professor?" Harry replied innocently. "I wasn't aware that was against school rules." "Don't play games, Potter," Umbridge snapped, her fake sweetness evaporating. "Your tracking bracelet shows you've been in the unregistered tunnels, consorting with undesirable elements." "I've been in the castle all night," Harry countered truthfully. "As your tracker clearly shows. Perhaps your magical gadget is malfunctioning?" The 2 ministry wizards exchanged uncertain glances. "The tunnels collapsed before we could fully map them, Madam Umbridge," one admitted. "We can't actually prove he was inside them." "Search him," Umbridge commanded Filch. "He must have evidence of his activities." Filch patted Harry down with undisguised glee, but found nothing incriminating. Harry had left all goblin-related items in his trunk. "Nothing, ma'am," Filch reported disappointedly. Umbridge's face contorted with fury. "This is absurd. The tracker led us directly to the tunnel entrance, and now directly to him. Perhaps it's tracking the wrong person?" Harry suggested innocently. "After all, you did mention its purpose was to monitor dangerous half-breeds. Maybe it's confused by all the ghosts and house elves in the castle." The ministry wizards looked increasingly uncomfortable. "Without evidence of wrongdoing, Madam Umbridge, we cannot recommend any official action," the senior one stated formally. "The tunnel collapse appears accidental, likely age-related structural failure." Umbridge looked ready to explode. "I know what you're doing, Potter," she hissed, stepping closer. "Undermining ministry authority, conspiring with non-humans, spreading seditious ideas through your little student group. I will catch you, make no mistake." "I'm just a student trying to complete my education, Professor," Harry replied mildly. Despite the ministry's apparent determination to prevent that. The confrontation might have escalated further had Professor Snape not appeared, his black robes billowing as he approached. "May I ask why a student from my house was awakened by what he described as an explosion in the dungeons?" he inquired silkily. "Ministry security operation, Severus," Umbridge replied tersely. "Nothing that concerns you." Snape raised an eyebrow, surveying the scene. "I see. And Mr. Potter's involvement?" "That's what we're attempting to determine," Umbridge said. "His tracking bracelet led us to believe—" "Ah yes, the infamous bracelet," Snape interrupted, his gaze flicking to Harry's wrist. "A device that has, I believe, reported Potter to be in his dormitory even when he was visibly in the Great Hall. Perhaps not the most reliable of instruments." Harry struggled to keep his face neutral. Was Snape helping him? Umbridge bristled. "Whose side are you on, Severus?" "The side of minimal disruption to student sleep cycles," Snape replied dryly. "If you've finished with Potter, I suggest returning him to his dormitory before we face a corridor full of curious Gryffindors drawn by the commotion." Without waiting for a response, Snape gripped Harry's shoulder and steered him past Umbridge and her companions. "I shall ensure he reaches Gryffindor Tower without further detours." As they walked away, Harry heard Umbridge ordering the ministry wizards to continue searching the collapsed tunnels for evidence. Once out of earshot, Snape released Harry's shoulder as if it had burned him. "Whatever you're involved in, Potter," he said quietly, "be less obvious about it. The High Inquisitor is looking for any excuse to have you removed from Hogwarts." "Why are you helping me?" Harry couldn't help asking. Snape's expression remained inscrutable. "I merely prefer that the decision to expel insufferable Gryffindors remains a Hogwarts matter, not a ministry one." He paused, then added, "And contrary to the current ministry position, a student's heritage should not determine their educational opportunities." With that cryptic statement, Snape pointed toward Gryffindor Tower. "Go. And for once in your life, Potter, try to stay out of trouble. News of the dungeon collapse spread through the school like wildfire. The official explanation, ancient structural failure, convinced no one, especially after Peeves took to reenacting the Ministry magical mining mishap with elaborate sound effects. For Harry, the near disaster marked a turning point. The direct tunnel access to Hogwarts was gone, forcing the Goblin Council to communicate through more traditional means, encoded messages delivered by trusted intermediaries. Their meetings continued but less frequently and in various locations, never using the same place twice. More concerning was Umbridge's escalating vendetta. Having failed to catch Harry in the act of meeting with goblins, she turned her attention to his academics, implementing special, half-breed testing protocols that required him to perform magic under her direct supervision. For safety reasons, she explained to the class with her signature simper. "We must ensure that Mr. Potter's condition doesn't result in dangerous magical instabilities." In practice, this meant Harry performed every spell in isolation, with Umbridge scrutinizing his technique for any sign of goblin influence. When he successfully cast standard wizard spells, she looked disappointed. When he struggled, as any student occasionally did, she meticulously documented his magical degradation due to hybrid nature. The other professors resisted where they could. McGonagall flatly refused to implement separate testing. Flitwick, himself of partial goblin ancestry, treated Umbridge's demands with polite but firm denial. Even Snape continued allowing Harry to participate normally in potions, though with his usual critical commentary. The student body's reaction evolved as well. Harry's obvious persecution by Umbridge generated sympathy even among those who had initially feared his transformation. SMPLE grew from a small study group into a significant movement, with chapters forming in all houses except Slytherin. When Umbridge banned their literature, the twins developed self-disguising documents that appeared as innocent homework to anyone not in the group. December arrived with a heavy snowfall that blanketed the grounds in white. As the end of term approached, Harry received an unexpected summons, not from Umbridge or Dumbledore, but from McGonagall. "Mr. Potter," she said when he arrived at her office, "I've been asked to inform you that your presence is requested at an important meeting during the holiday break." "What kind of meeting?" Harry asked cautiously. McGonagall's expression was unusually solemn. "A gathering of concerned parties regarding your unique situation. Both Professor Dumbledore and representatives of the Goblin Nation will be present." Harry's eyebrows rose in surprise. Goblins meeting with Dumbledore? That's unprecedented. Indeed, McGonagall agreed. Which indicates the seriousness with which both sides view recent developments. The Ministry's actions against goblins have intensified, as I'm sure you're aware. Harry nodded grimly. Despite the successful rescue of the silversmiths, dozens more goblins had been detained. Goblin-owned businesses outside Gringotts had been shut down under various pretexts, and new regulations prevented goblins from traveling freely between communities. "What's changed?" he asked. "Why meet now?" McGonagall hesitated. "I'm not privy to all details, but I understand there has been direct outreach from you-know-who to disaffected goblin clans. Promises of rights and recognition in exchange for alliance." The news hit Harry like a physical blow. Nagnak's faction? Among others, McGonagall confirmed. The Ministry's persecution has created fertile ground for such overtures. Harry understood immediately. With Voldemort courting goblin allies and the Ministry pushing them away, Dumbledore needed to secure his own relationships with the Goblin Nation. And Harry, as the Iron-Blood heir, represented the perfect bridge. "I'll be there," he promised. "Where and when?" "December 23rd. The location will be provided closer to the date, for security reasons." McGonagall studied him over her spectacles. "I must say, Potter, you've handled this unexpected heritage with remarkable adaptability." "Not like I had much choice," Harry replied with a wry smile. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "We rarely do when it comes to our inherent natures. But we always have choices in how we respond to them. She paused. Your mother would have been proud of how you've navigated these challenges. The mention of his mother caught Harry by surprise. My mother? Did she know about the Goblin connection? I cannot say with certainty, McGonagall admitted. But Lily Evans was uncommonly interested in Goblin rites and history, wrote her 7th-year charms thesis on Goblin metallurgical magic, in fact. Perhaps she sensed something in her family background, even if she never confirmed it. This new information gave Harry much to think about as term ended and students prepared to depart for the holidays. Ron had invited him to the Burrow as usual, but Harry explained he needed to attend the mysterious meeting first. Goblin Summit during Christmas holidays, Ron marveled as they packed their trunks. Your life gets weirder every year, mate. Tell me about it, Harry agreed, carefully wrapping the silver armband the Ironblood Council had given him. I never imagined I'd be negotiating between wizards and goblins before I even took my OWLS. You're good at it though, Ron noted. Bridging worlds. Always have been, wizard raised by muggles, famous but ordinary, and now this. It's like you're meant to stand between different sides. Harry considered this thoughtfully. I never wanted to be different. But maybe being different is exactly what makes me useful right now. On the final evening before departure, Harry received one last surprise. As students gathered in the Great Hall for the end-of-term feast, a commotion at the entrance drew everyone's attention. A Goblin delegation, 4 warrior guards in formal armor, led by none other than Lady Silveraxe herself, strode purposefully into the hall. They ignored the shocked gasps and whispers, marching directly to the staff table where Dumbledore and the other professors, including a purple-faced Umbridge, watched their approach. Headmaster Dumbledore, Lady Silveraxe announced in a carrying voice. The Ironblood Council formally requests the attendance of our recognized heir at the Winter Conclave, as is his right by blood and law. Dumbledore rose, bowing respectfully to the Goblin delegation. Lady Silveraxe, this is an unexpected honor. Hogwarts welcomes representatives of the Goblin nation. Umbridge sputtered incoherently before finding her voice. This is outrageous. Unauthorized magical beings cannot simply enter school grounds and make demands. Lady Silveraxe turned her piercing gaze on Umbridge. The Treaty of 1752 explicitly grants Goblin diplomatic delegations access to all wizard institutions for formal business. Perhaps the Ministry's High Inquisitor should familiarize herself with international magical law. Before Umbridge could respond, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, of course the treaty provisions apply. May I ask which heir you seek? Though he clearly knew the answer, Dumbledore's question forced a public declaration that no one could later deny or minimize. Lady Silveraxe's voice rang through the silent hall. Harry Potter, recognized heir of Urgra the Unifier, rightful claimant to the Crown of Claws, and acknowledged voice of Goblin interests in wizard affairs. Every head turned toward Harry, who sat frozen at the Gryffindor table. This was no subtle operation but a deliberate, public claiming of him by the Goblin nation, a political move that changed everything. Dumbledore nodded as if this were perfectly ordinary. Mr. Potter is, of course, free to accept such invitations, provided they do not interfere with his educational requirements. Albus. Umbridge objected shrilly. This student is subject to ministry monitoring. He cannot simply, actually, Dolores, Dumbledore interrupted gently, international treaty law supersedes educational decrees. As a recognized heir to a sovereign magical nation, Mr. Potter has diplomatic standing that even the ministry must respect. Murmurs spread throughout the hall as students processed this declaration. Harry felt hundreds of eyes on him, reactions ranging from awe to fear to calculation. Slowly, deliberately, he stood and approached the Goblin delegation. When he reached Lady Silveraxe, he bowed in the formal Goblin manner Griphook had taught him, not subservient, but respectful. The heir acknowledges the council's summons, he responded in the traditional formula. I will attend the Winter Conclave as blood and duty require. Lady Silveraxe nodded approvingly at his correct response. Then, in a move that sent another shock wave through the watching students, she removed a small silver dagger from her belt and presented it to Harry. "The heir comes armed to council," she declared, completing the ritual. Harry accepted the dagger, tucking it into his belt as protocol demanded. The symbolic significance wasn't lost on anyone. He now openly carried a goblin weapon, marking him as both protected by and protector of goblin interests. Umbridge looked ready to explode, but Dumbledore's presence prevented her from directly interfering. With a final respectful nod to the headmaster, Lady Silveraxe led her delegation back out of the hall, leaving behind a buzz of excited conversation. As Harry returned to his seat, he caught snippets of reactions. "Did you see that? Actual goblin warriors, diplomatic immunity, heir to their throne." Ron stared at him open-mouthed. "Well, that's torn it. No going back to just Harry now." "Was that planned?" Hermione whispered. "The public declaration?" Harry shook his head slightly. "Not by me. But it makes sense strategically. Now the Ministry can't deny my status or prevent me from participating in Goblin affairs without causing a diplomatic incident." "Brilliant move," Ron admitted. "Dad always says Goblins are master strategists." Harry glanced up at the staff table, where Umbridge was engaged in heated whispered argument with Dumbledore. The headmaster remained calm, occasionally nodding while clearly not conceding any points. "This changes everything for next term," Hermione realized. "She can't treat you like a second-class creature anymore, not officially, at least." "No," Harry agreed, fingering the silver dagger at his belt. "Now she'll have to find more creative ways to make my life difficult." As the feast concluded and students prepared to board the carriages for Hogsmeade Station, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in just one term. He had arrived at Hogwarts in September worried about OWL exams and Voldemort's return. Now, he departed as the publicly recognized heir to the Goblin throne, about to attend a historic meeting between wizard and goblin leaders. Standing between worlds had never felt more literal, or more necessary. With Voldemort seeking goblin allies and the Ministry driving them away through persecution, Harry's unique position as both wizard and goblin represented perhaps the only chance for a united front against the coming darkness. The snow continued to fall as the carriages pulled away from the castle, covering everything in a clean white blanket that hid the complexities beneath. Harry watched Hogwarts recede in the distance, knowing that when he returned, it would be not just as a student, but as a diplomatic representative of a sovereign magical nation. The war for unity that Urgra had fought centuries ago was about to begin anew, with his heir at its center. Chapter 3, The King's Gambit. Harry stepped through the hidden entrance into Gringotts' deepest level, following Lady Silveraxe's silent form down a spiraling staircase that seemed to descend forever. His goblin-enhanced vision easily pierced the dim light, revealing ancient carvings along the walls, stories of battles, treaties, and betrayals spanning centuries of wizard-goblin relations. "Nervous?" Lady Silveraxe asked without turning. "Wouldn't you be?" Harry replied. "I'm about to sit in a room with the leaders of the Goblin Nation, Dumbledore, and who knows who else, trying to prevent a three-way war between goblins, wizards, and Voldemort." She chuckled, a sound like metal striking stone. "Good. Nervousness sharpens the mind. Just remember, you've earned your place at this table. Not merely by blood, but by action." After what felt like miles of descent, they reached a massive set of gold-veined doors guarded by armored goblins wielding halberds. They snapped to attention at Lady Silveraxe's approach, then stared openly at Harry, their eyes lingering on his now prominent golden-flecked irises. "The Ironblood heir arrives," Lady Silveraxe announced formally. The guards struck their halberds against the stone floor 3 times, a traditional goblin salute Harry had learned during his training, and the massive doors swung inward. Beyond lay the most impressive chamber Harry had seen in the goblin realm. A vast circular room with a domed ceiling embedded with thousands of glittering crystals that illuminated the space with sunlight clarity. At its center stood a round table of polished black stone, its surface inlaid with silver runes that occasionally pulsed with magical energy. Already seated around the table were familiar faces: Ragnarok, Griphook, Nagrak, and a dozen other goblin leaders representing various clans. On the wizard side sat Dumbledore, McGonagall, Kingsley Shacklebolt, and, to Harry's surprise, Bill Weasley. Opposite them, glowering with barely contained hostility, was Nagnak with his purest faction, their silver armbands gleaming in the crystal light. All conversation ceased as Harry entered. He felt the weight of every gaze, assessing, calculating, wondering what this half-wizard, half-goblin teenager could possibly contribute to the monumental discussions ahead. Ragnarok stood. The Winter Conclave recognizes Harry Potter, acknowledged heir of Urgra. Harry nodded respectfully, taking the empty seat between the goblin and wizard delegations, a physical embodiment of his position between worlds. Now that all parties are present, Ragnarok continued, we may begin. The purpose of this historic gathering is to address three interrelated threats: the Dark Lord's return, the Ministry's increasing persecution of goblins, and the growing risk of renewed goblin-wizard conflict. A conflict some seem eager to provoke, Nagnak interjected, his cold eyes fixed on Dumbledore. Wizards speak of cooperation while their ministry imprisons our craftsmen and restricts our movements. Dumbledore's expression remained serene. The current ministry policies do not represent the views of all wizards, clan leader Nagnak. Many of us oppose these discriminatory practices. Words, Nagnak scoffed. While your kind offers only words, the Dark Lord offers action. Freedom from regulation. Recognition of our sovereign rights. Access to wand magic. A tense silence followed this revelation. Harry exchanged glances with Dumbledore, whose blue eyes had lost their usual twinkle. You've spoken with Voldemort, Harry said directly to Nagnak. It wasn't a question. Nagnak's lips curled into a cold smile. His emissaries have presented terms more favorable than anything your ministry has offered in centuries. And you believe him? Harry couldn't keep the incredulity from his voice. Voldemort, who considers even half-blood wizards inferior. You think he'll honor promises to non-humans? We are not naive, young heir, Nagnak replied. But when forced to choose between certain oppression and possible betrayal, many find the latter risk worth taking. Kingsley leaned forward. The ministry's current leadership is temporary. Those of us who recognize the Dark Lord's return are working to change policies from within. How convenient, Nagnak sneered. Always promises of future improvement, while present injustices continue. Harry felt the conversation spiraling into familiar territory, ancient grievances and mutual suspicion that had characterized wizard-goblin relations for centuries. Neither side was hearing the other. We're wasting time, he interrupted, causing heads to turn in surprise at his boldness. Voldemort's reaching out to goblins for one reason: he needs allies for the war that's coming. He'll promise anything now, then discard you once you've served your purpose. You speak as if you know his mind, Nagnak challenged. I do, Harry replied flatly. I've faced him 4 times. I've been inside his head through our connection. Voldemort respects only power and purity, neither of which he truly sees in non-wizard beings. Lady Silveraxe nodded slowly. The heir speaks wisdom. Yet the problem remains: what alternative do we have to these empty ministry promises? A third path, Harry said, an idea forming as he spoke. Not ministry compliance or Voldemort's false alliance, but something new. A formal coalition between those who oppose Voldemort on both sides. Interesting, Ragnarok mused. But how would this differ from simply supporting Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix? Because it would be an equal partnership, Harry explained, his confidence growing. Not goblins helping wizards or wizards protecting goblins, but a mutual defense pact with shared leadership and decision-making. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled to life. A bold proposition, Harry. The wizarding world has never entered such an arrangement with another magical people. Exactly, Harry agreed. Which is why it could work. Voldemort won't expect it. The ministry won't know how to respond to it. It would be completely unprecedented. Pretty words, Nagnak dismissed. But how would this coalition address immediate concerns? Our people in ministry cells. Restrictions on our businesses. The continued denial of wand rights. Harry hadn't thought that far ahead, but Griphook unexpectedly came to his rescue. The heir has already demonstrated his commitment to immediate action, the warrior goblin pointed out. The liberation of the silversmiths was his initiative. Murmurs spread around the table. Harry noticed Dumbledore's eyebrows rise slightly. Apparently, the Hogwarts headmaster hadn't known about Harry's involvement in the prison break. One small victory, Nagnock acknowledged reluctantly. But hardly a sustainable strategy. It's a start, Harry countered. And with proper coordination between wizard allies and goblin operatives, we could accomplish much more. Bill Weasley spoke up for the first time. I can confirm that many Gringotts human employees would support such efforts. The curse-breaking department in particular has long-standing respect for goblin rights. The discussion continued for hours, shifting between immediate practical concerns and broader strategic questions. Harry found himself repeatedly bridging perspectives, translating wizard concepts into goblin terms and vice versa. His unique position, understanding both cultures from the inside, proved unexpectedly valuable. As the meeting progressed, Harry noticed something interesting. When he spoke, both sides listened in a way they didn't for each other. His dual heritage granted him a unique credibility with both delegations. Eventually, Ragnarok called a recess. As the participants broke into smaller groups, Dumbledore approached Harry. "You've handled yourself admirably," the headmaster said quietly. Few adults could navigate these complex waters so skillfully, let alone a fifth-year student. "I'm not just a student anymore," Harry replied. "Not since the blood recognition." "No, indeed." Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "Your goblin traits have become more pronounced since term ended." Harry nodded, aware of the accelerated changes in his appearance over the holiday break. His eyes now permanently displayed gold flecks amid the green, his features had sharpened further, and his fingernails had fully transformed into the harder, slightly pointed iron blood claws that goblin craftsmen prized for detailed metalwork. "The changes seem to have stabilized," Harry explained. "Ragnarok says this is likely my final form, neither fully wizard nor goblin, but a true iron blood hybrid like Urgra." "And how do you feel about these changes?" Dumbledore asked gently. Harry considered the question seriously. "At first, I hated it, just one more way I was different, marked out. But now..." He flexed his hardened fingers. "It feels right somehow. Like I'm finally becoming who I was always meant to be." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Acceptance of our true nature is a powerful magic in itself, Harry." Before they could continue, Griphook approached with urgent news. "Attack on Diagon Alley," he reported tersely. "Ministry forces raiding the remaining goblin shops under the pretext of security concerns. There are injuries on both sides." The chamber erupted in anger. Nagnock's faction immediately demanded retaliatory action, while the wizard delegation scrambled to gather more information. "This is deliberate sabotage." Nagnock shouted above the din, "While we talk peace, your ministry attacks our people." "Or perhaps," Lady Silveraxe countered sharply, "those who oppose our coalition seek to provoke exactly this reaction." The insight cut through the chaos like a blade. Harry immediately grasped her meaning. "Voldemort," he said. "This timing isn't coincidence. He knew about this meeting somehow." "Impossible," Kingsley objected. "The location was known only to those in this room." "Yet the attack's timing is too perfect to be accidental," Ragnarok observed. "Either there is a leak among us, or the Dark Lord has sources within the ministry itself." "Both are possible," Dumbledore admitted grimly. "Lord Voldemort's influence spreads daily, often invisibly." Harry felt the fragile progress of the meeting slipping away as accusations and suspicions multiplied. Nagnock's faction was already moving toward the exit, clearly intending to respond to the ministry raid with force. "Wait!" Harry called out, his voice cutting through the arguments with unexpected authority. This is exactly what Voldemort wants, to drive us apart before we can unite against him. Pretty speeches won't protect our people being arrested right now, Nagnock sneered. No, Harry agreed. But action will. He turned to Dumbledore. I need Order members in Diagon Alley immediately, not to fight, but to witness and document what's happening. The Ministry's working in shadows, counting on the Daily Prophet to misreport events. Dumbledore nodded. Kingsley can coordinate this. Meanwhile, Harry continued, facing Ragnarok, we need a legal response through Gringotts. Freeze Ministry accounts temporarily, cite treaty violations. A bold move, Ragnarok said, looking impressed. It would certainly get their attention. And for Nagnock's concern about immediate protection, Harry added, I propose a joint rescue team, wizard disillusionment experts working with goblin guides to evacuate any at-risk shop owners before arrests can be made. The room fell silent as everyone considered Harry's multi-pronged approach. Even Nagnock looked grudgingly thoughtful. These suggestions have merit, Lady Silveraxe acknowledged. They address immediate needs while maintaining the possibility of longer-term alliance. Precisely, Harry agreed. We don't have to choose between immediate action and strategic planning. We need both. To Harry's surprise, Nagnock gave a curt nod. The heir proposes a reasonable compromise. We will temporarily withhold retaliation while these measures are implemented. His cold eyes fixed on Harry. But we expect results, not merely gestures. As the chamber reorganized around the new plan, with Kingsley dispatching Patronus messages to Order members and Bill Weasley rushing to coordinate with Gringotts upper management, Griphook approached Harry. You showed true leadership, the warrior goblin commented. Balancing competing interests, focusing on solutions rather than blame. I just said what made sense, Harry replied, uncomfortable with the praise. That, young heir, is precisely what leadership is, Griphook said. Particularly in crisis. The remainder of the Winter Conclave focused on implementing Harry's immediate response while simultaneously developing the framework for a formal alliance. By the session's end, even Nagnock's faction had grudgingly agreed to consider the coalition proposal, pending the results of the Diagon Alley intervention. As the meeting concluded, Ragnarok approached Harry with an unexpected request. The Ironblood Council has reached a decision, he announced. Given recent events and your demonstrated commitment to goblin welfare, we believe it is time for you to undergo the ritual of acknowledgement. Harry looked at him questioningly. What's that? The formal ceremony through which an heir accepts their heritage and responsibilities, Ragnarok explained. It is traditionally performed before taking the crown, but in uncertain times, it can be conducted to confirm an heir's commitment and enhance their standing. What does it involve? Harry asked cautiously. Ancient magic, Lady Silveraxe answered, joining them. Blood, oath, and fire. Through it, you would formally bind yourself to the Goblin Nation's welfare while receiving certain enhancements to your iron blood abilities. It would make you a true Goblin King in all but the crown itself, Ragnarok added. Even Nagnock could not dispute your authority afterward. Harry considered carefully. The ritual sounded serious, a magical commitment that couldn't be easily undone. Yet he'd already chosen this path in his heart, hadn't he? From the moment he'd stood up to Umbridge in defense of Griphook's dignity, he'd been moving toward accepting his dual heritage. When would this happen, he asked. Tonight, Ragnarok replied. At the sacred forge beneath Gringotts, where Urgra himself was acknowledged centuries ago. Harry looked to Dumbledore, who had overheard the exchange. What do you think, Professor? This must be your decision alone, Harry, the headmaster replied. But I will say that in times of conflict, clear symbols of leadership and commitment become invaluable. After a moment's further reflection, Harry nodded. I'll do it. The sacred forge lay deeper than Harry had ever ventured into the goblin realm, a vast chamber dominated by an ancient furnace that pulsed with magical fire, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with the weapons and tools of legendary goblin smiths. Harry stood before the forge wearing only simple trousers, his chest bare as tradition required. Around him gathered the Ironblood Council, Ragnarok, and Lady Silveraxe, all dressed in formal ceremonial garb. Even Nagnok attended, though he remained at the chamber's edge, his expression unreadable. Hammerhand approached, carrying a smith's hammer of extraordinary craftsmanship. The ritual requires 3 elements, he explained. The hammer of making, the blood of binding, and the oath of serving. Griphook stepped forward next, holding a silver knife. The blood freely given demonstrates willingness to sacrifice for the nation. Finally, Nagrak presented an ancient scroll. The oath links your magic to our people, your fate to our welfare. Harry nodded, indicating his readiness. Kneel, Ragnarok directed. Harry did so, feeling the warmth of the forge against his skin. Hammerhand approached first, touching the hammer to each of Harry's shoulders. By the hammer that shapes and creates, I mark you as protector of goblin craft and creation, the smith intoned. Next came Griphook with the knife. Your hand, he requested. Harry extended his palm. With swift precision, Griphook made a small cut across it. Blood welled up, glinting in the forge light. By blood freely given, I mark you as defender of goblin life and honor, Griphook declared. Nagrak unrolled the scroll before Harry. Repeat the oath as written. Harry read the ancient goblin script, which now came to him naturally. I, Harry Potter, heir of Urgra, bind myself to the goblin nation by blood and magic. I vow to protect its interests, preserve its traditions, and pursue justice for its people. My strength shall be its shield, my voice its advocate, my magic its servant. So I swear by fire and stone, by silver and gold, by the ancient powers that forge our worlds together. As he spoke the final words, Harry placed his bleeding hand against the forged stone. Instantly, magic surged through him, not the familiar flow of wizard spells, but something deeper, more primal. It burned through his veins, resonating with the goblin blood in his heritage. The forge fire flared brilliant gold, the same shade as the flecks in Harry's eyes. The assembled goblins gasped as the flame briefly took the shape of a crown before subsiding. Rise, Ragnarok commanded, his voice thick with emotion. Rise, Harry Potter, acknowledged heir of Urgra, guardian of the goblin nation, voice of the iron bloodline. Harry stood, feeling fundamentally changed. The magic of the ritual still hummed within him, connecting him to something vast and ancient. His senses had sharpened even further, he could feel the metal in the walls, the heat of the forge, the presence of each goblin around him with newfound clarity. Most surprising, however, was the sudden wealth of knowledge that had unlocked in his mind, techniques of goblin magic, fragments of history, an instinctive understanding of traditions he'd never formally learned. It was as if the ritual had awakened ancestral memories dormant in his blood. The ritual is complete, Ragnarok announced. The magic has accepted him fully. Lady Silveraxe stepped forward, carrying a small chest. The acknowledged heir receives the regalia of station, she declared, opening the container. Inside lay 3 items, a silver circlet set with a single emerald, a ring bearing the symbol of Urgra's line, and a short sword of extraordinary craftsmanship. Not the crown of claws itself, Lady Silveraxe explained, but the heir's circlet worn by those acknowledged but not yet crowned. She placed it upon Harry's brow, where it adjusted itself to fit perfectly. The signet of Urgra, through which official documents may be sealed with the heir's authority. She slid the ring onto his finger, where it flashed briefly with magic. And Truth Cleaver, the ceremonial blade carried by goblin royalty since before wizard records began. She presented the sword with formal reverence. Harry accepted each item, feeling their ancient magic resonating with the ritual's power still flowing through him. When he grasped Truth Cleaver, the blade glowed briefly with the same golden light as his eyes. The blade recognizes you, Griphook observed with satisfaction. It will serve no other while you live. As the ceremony concluded, Harry caught Nagnok studying him with an unreadable expression. To his surprise, the purest leader approached. "The magic has spoken clearly," Nagnok acknowledged reluctantly. "No goblin can dispute your blood right now." "Does that mean you'll support the coalition?" Harry asked directly. Nagnok's expression hardened. "It means I recognize your authority to negotiate on behalf of our people. Whether I support the outcome depends on its terms." He paused, then added, "But I will give your proposal fair consideration. The Forge Fire's crown shape is a significant omen." Coming from Nagnok, this qualified as extraordinary concession. Harry nodded respectfully. "That's all I ask." As the gathering dispersed, Harry examined his transformed body in a polished shield hanging nearby. The ritual had accelerated and completed the physical changes, his eyes now permanently gold-flecked, his features sharper but still recognizably his own, his hands bearing the distinctive hardened nails of iron blood crafters. The silver circlet sat naturally upon his brow, as if meant to be there. "Quite a change from the boy who first entered Gringotts," observed Dumbledore, who had been permitted to witness the ceremony from a respectful distance. "In more ways than physical," Harry agreed, feeling the new knowledge and connection still settling within him. "What happens next?" the headmaster asked. Harry considered the question, consulting both his new goblin instincts and his wizard upbringing. "We build the coalition, starting with immediate action in Diagon Alley. We need visible successes to convince both sides that cooperation works better than conflict." Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "And when term resumes? Dolores will not be pleased to see you return with even more visible goblin attributes, and ceremonial regalia, no less." Harry smiled grimly. "After tonight, I'm not just a student with goblin heritage. I'm an acknowledged heir with diplomatic status. If Umbridge wants to challenge that, she'll have to take on Gringotts directly." "A confrontation the Ministry can ill afford," Dumbledore agreed. "Particularly with their accounts temporarily frozen." As they made their way back toward the upper levels, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. The ritual hadn't just enhanced his abilities, it had committed him irrevocably to a path he'd never imagined taking. He was now formally bound to the Goblin Nation's welfare, a magical oath that would shape the rest of his life. Yet strangely, the burden felt right, as if he'd finally found a purpose that connected all the disparate parts of his identity. Not just the boy who lived or the chosen one, but something he'd chosen for himself, a bridge between worlds that had been separated for too long. The joint action in Diagon Alley proved more successful than anyone anticipated. Order members arrived just as Ministry forces were conducting arrests, their presence forcing restraint from overzealous officials. Meanwhile, Gringotts' temporary freeze on Ministry accounts created immediate panic at the highest levels. Within hours, emergency negotiations were underway between Gringotts representatives and Ministry officials. By midnight, the raids had been suspended pending further review of interdepartmental policies. The detained shopkeepers were released under Goblin supervision, and Gringotts restored limited account access as a gesture of good faith. For Harry, however, these developments were just the beginning. In the days following the ritual, he immersed himself in planning sessions with both Goblin and Order leaders, developing the framework for their unprecedented alliance. The effect of the ritual became increasingly apparent as Harry discovered newly awakened abilities. His metal sense had expanded exponentially, he could now detect precious metals at remarkable distances and manipulate them with minimal effort. When combined with his wizard magic, these skills created possibilities neither tradition had imagined. Most significantly, he found he could now communicate telepathically with any goblin who acknowledged his authority, a royal ability thought lost since Urgra's time. This connection allowed for instantaneous coordination between widely separated groups, giving their coalition a crucial advantage. 3 days after the ritual, Harry received unexpected visitors at Grimmauld Place, where he'd been staying with Sirius while developing coalition strategy. Lupin arrived first, accompanied by a centaur Harry recognized from the Forbidden Forest. "Harry," Lupin greeted him warmly, before pausing to take in the visible changes. "You look different." That's putting it mildly, Harry replied with a grin, embracing his former professor. The goblin traits have fully expressed now. So I see. Lupin gestured to his companion. This is Firenze. He's come representing the centaur herds. The Palomino centaur bowed slightly. Heir of Urgra. The stars speak of your emergence. Harry raised an eyebrow. You know about my goblin heritage? The centaurs have ancient records of Urgra's reign, Firenze explained. He was unique among goblin kings in extending alliance offers to all magical peoples, not merely those with economic value. This was news to Harry, though it aligned with the ancestral memories he'd gained during the ritual. And you're here because... Word spreads through the hidden communities, Lupin explained. Your coalition proposal has reached ears beyond the Goblin Nation. The centaurs wish to explore potential alignment. Harry was stunned. Centaurs were notoriously isolationist, rarely involving themselves in wizard or goblin affairs. That they would initiate contact suggested his actions had resonated far beyond his expectations. Sirius, who had been watching from the doorway, whistled low. First goblins, now centaurs. Should we expect more people next? As if on cue, the doorbell rang again. Lupin opened it to reveal Hagrid's massive frame, accompanied by a striking woman with silverish hair that Harry recognized instantly as Fleur Delacour. Harry! Fleur exclaimed, embracing him French-style with kisses on both cheeks. Bill told me everything. The Vila communities are most interested in your coalition. Harry blinked in surprise. Vila too? All magical beings face similar persecution, Fleur explained seriously. The ministry classifications as beings, beasts, or spirits divide us, preventing unified response. Your dual heritage offers unique opportunity to bridge these artificial divisions. By evening, Grimmauld Place hosted representatives from goblin clans, centaur herds, Vila enclaves, and even a house elf delegation led by Dobby, who wore a makeshift diplomat sash with obvious pride. Lupin spoke for werewolf interests, while Hagrid surprisingly represented giant concerns through his half-brother Grop. This is unprecedented, Hermione whispered excitedly, having arrived with the Weasleys midway through the gathering. Nothing like this has happened in recorded magical history. Harry moved among the diverse groups, his unique position allowing him to connect perspectives that had traditionally remained isolated. The ritual-enhanced knowledge helped him navigate complex cultural sensitivities, while his wizard upbringing helped translate these concerns into terms the Order members could understand. The key, he explained to the assembled representatives, is finding common interests that transcend traditional divisions. Voldemort threatens all magical peoples, not just wizards. The Ministry's discrimination affects each community differently but stems from the same supremacist mindset. Pretty words, growled a scarred werewolf from Lupin's group. But how do we move from talk to action? Through specific, achievable goals, Harry answered. First, mutual defense pacts, information sharing about Death Eater movements and Ministry persecution. Second, economic cooperation, alternative trade networks outside Ministry regulation. Third, unified diplomatic representation when dealing with wizard authorities. As the discussion progressed, Harry found himself naturally assuming a leadership role that neither Dumbledore nor any single representative could have filled. His dual nature made him uniquely suited to bridge perspectives, while the ritual-conferred authority gave his suggestions weight with traditionally wizard-suspicious groups. By the meeting's end, they had established what Harry called the Magical Alliance Council, the first multi-species cooperative body in British magical history. Each community would maintain internal governance while sending representatives to coordinate on matters of mutual concern. History unfolds before our eyes, Firenze observed as the gathering concluded. The stars foretold a joining of paths long separated, though even they did not reveal it would come through one so young. Age matters less than perspective, Harry replied, unconsciously echoing goblin wisdom gained from the ritual. Sometimes only those outside traditional power can see new possibilities. As the diverse representatives departed, Dumbledore lingered behind, his blue eyes twinkling with something like pride. "You've accomplished in days what the wizarding world has failed to achieve in centuries," the headmaster observed. "A genuine cooperative framework across magical species." "It's just a beginning," Harry cautioned. "Words on parchment mean nothing without action." "True," Dumbledore agreed. "But beginnings matter greatly. They set direction and possibility." He paused thoughtfully. "I confess, when I first learned of your goblin heritage, I worried it might complicate your role in the coming conflict with Voldemort. Instead, it seems to have expanded it in ways I never imagined." Harry considered this. "The prophecy said I'd have power the Dark Lord knows not. Maybe this is part of it, not just love, as you suggested, but the ability to unite those Voldemort considers beneath him." "A profound insight," Dumbledore nodded. "Tom has always seen other magical beings as tools at best, obstacles at worst. The idea of true partnership would be alien to him." As the Christmas holiday drew to a close, Harry prepared for his return to Hogwarts with both anticipation and concern. The physical changes from the ritual couldn't be hidden, nor did he wish to conceal them. The silver circlet, Urgra's signet ring, and truth cleaver were now part of his formal identity as acknowledged heir, symbols of authority he had every right to wear. Yet he knew his appearance would provoke reaction, from students, teachers, and especially Umbridge, whose anti-half-breed agenda would face its greatest challenge in his new status. The night before his return, Harry received an unexpected visitor at Grimmauld Place. Ragnarok himself arrived, accompanied by Griphook and 2 goblin guards. "Heir Potter," Ragnarok greeted him formally. "The Ironblood Council sends final instructions before your return to wizard education." Harry ushered them into the drawing room, where Sirius watched with fascinated interest. "What instructions?" Harry asked once they were settled. "Intelligence reports indicate increased Death Eater interest in Hogwarts," Ragnarok explained gravely. "Our sources suggest the Dark Lord seeks something hidden within the castle, something connected to the Department of Mysteries." This aligned with the strange dreams Harry had experienced throughout the year, corridors and doors that seemed familiar yet unreachable. The weapon Sirius mentioned, he realized. Something in the Department of Mysteries that Voldemort didn't have last time. "Precisely," Ragnarok confirmed. "We believe he will attempt to use someone inside Hogwarts to gain information or access. Your position as both student and heir makes you uniquely placed to monitor such efforts." "I've been trying to warn Dumbledore about this for months," Sirius interjected. "But he's been strangely distant, even from order business." "The headmaster balances many concerns," Griphook observed neutrally. "However, the Goblin Nation's interests align with preventing the Dark Lord from acquiring whatever he seeks. So my instructions are to watch for suspicious activity at Hogwarts." Harry clarified. "Yes, but with enhanced resources," Ragnarok replied, gesturing to Griphook. "Master Griphook will accompany you as your official security advisor, a right guaranteed under international treaties once you completed the acknowledgement ritual." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Griphook's coming to Hogwarts?" The warrior goblin looked only marginally more pleased than Harry. "The assignment is unconventional, but necessary, given heightened threats." "Won't that complicate things with Umbridge?" Harry asked. Ragnarok smiled thinly. "Precisely why we insist upon it. Your official status must be established firmly. The High Inquisitor needs to understand that challenging you now means challenging the entire Goblin Nation." Later that night, after the goblins had departed, Sirius found Harry contemplating the situation on the roof of Grimmauld Place, gazing at the stars. "Quite a transformation," his godfather commented, settling beside him. "When I saw you last summer, you were worried about a disciplinary hearing. Now you're negotiating interspecies alliances with a goblin bodyguard." Harry chuckled despite himself. "Not exactly how I planned to spend 5th year." "Your father would have found the whole thing brilliantly entertaining," Sirius remarked. "James always did enjoy appending stuffy wizarding traditions." "And my mother?" Harry asked quietly. Sirius's expression softened. Lily would have been proud. She never had much patience for magical prejudice, called it medieval nonsense whenever purebloods got high and mighty about bloodlines. McGonagall mentioned she wrote about goblin magic, Harry said. Do you think she knew about our family connection to Urgra? Sirius considered this thoughtfully. Lily was unusually talented with certain types of magic, particularly protective charms and metal-based enchantments. I remember she could fix jewelry with just a touch sometimes. He shrugged. Maybe some part of her sensed the connection, even if she never knew for certain. The idea that his mother might have had dormant goblin traits herself was oddly comforting. Perhaps her extraordinary sacrifice that Halloween night had been empowered not just by love, but by the same iron blood magic now flowing through Harry's veins. Whatever happens at Hogwarts, Sirius said, gripping Harry's shoulder, remember you're not alone anymore. You've got allies in more communities than any wizard in history. Harry nodded, drawing strength from the thought. The path ahead remained uncertain, but for perhaps the first time, he faced it with resources beyond his small circle of friends. Whatever Umbridge, the Ministry, or even Voldemort planned next, they would confront not just Harry Potter, but the acknowledged heir of Urgra, backed by an unprecedented alliance of magical peoples. The return to Hogwarts unfolded exactly as dramatically as Harry had anticipated. When he boarded the Hogwarts Express wearing the silver circlet and with Griphook in tow, students practically tripped over themselves spreading the news from compartment to compartment. By the time the train reached Hogsmeade Station, a crowd had gathered on the platform, straining for a glimpse of Goblin Prince Potter and his warrior attendant. Griphook looked thoroughly uncomfortable with the attention, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt. Ignore them, Harry advised as they disembarked amid whispers and pointing. They'll get used to it eventually. I doubt that, Griphook muttered. Wizards have short memories but long prejudices. The real spectacle, however, awaited at the castle entrance, where Umbridge stood flanked by Filch and her inquisitorial squad. Her toad-like face contorted with shock as she took in Harry's transformed appearance and goblin companion. Mr. Potter, she simpered dangerously. Pets are restricted to owls, cats, and toads at Hogwarts. Whatever this creature is, it cannot enter. Griphook's hand moved to his sword, but Harry stepped forward calmly. This is Master Griphook, my security advisor and diplomatic attaché. His presence is guaranteed under the Treaty of 1752, Section 4, which provides for appropriate security for recognized representatives of sovereign magical nations. The legal citation, knowledge imparted by the ritual, rolled off his tongue with easy authority. Around them, students had stopped to watch the confrontation, including many wearing SMPLE badges now visible with Umbridge's attention diverted. You are a student, not a diplomat, Umbridge snapped, her sweet facade cracking. I am both, Harry replied evenly, touching the silver circlet on his brow. As acknowledged heir to the Goblin throne, my status is protected by international magical law that supersedes educational decrees. Umbridge's face purpled. This is absurd. Goblin succession has nothing to do with wizard education. On the contrary, came Professor McGonagall's voice as she descended the castle steps. Mr. Potter's dual status has been formally recognized by both the Goblin Nation and the International Confederation of Wizards Cultural Affairs Division. She held up an official-looking document. This arrived this morning, confirming his diplomatic standing. Harry had to suppress a smile. Clearly, Dumbledore had been busy over the holidays, securing international recognition that even the Ministry couldn't easily override. Dolores, McGonagall continued briskly, I suggest consulting with the Department of International Magical Cooperation before creating a diplomatic incident. In the meantime, Mr. Potter and his advisor have every right to enter Hogwarts under treaty provisions. Umbridge looked ready to explode, but years of political calculation prevailed over her immediate rage. This matter will be addressed through proper channels, she promised, her voice trembling with suppressed fury. The minister will hear of this immediately. I'm sure he will, Harry replied pleasantly. Please convey my respects, and remind him that Gringotts is still reviewing ministry accounts for compliance with anti-discrimination provisions in banking treaties. The veiled threat, referencing Gringotts' temporary freeze during the Diagon Alley incident, was not lost on Umbridge. With a final venomous glare, she stepped aside, allowing Harry and Griphook to enter. As they passed into the entrance hall, Griphook muttered, "Impressive negotiation. You're learning Goblin diplomatic tactics well." "Implied consequences without direct threats," Harry acknowledged. "More effective than open confrontation." The great hall fell silent as Harry entered with Griphook at his shoulder. The Goblin warrior looked distinctly uncomfortable surrounded by hundreds of wizard students but maintained his dignified bearing. At the Gryffindor table, Ron had saved them seats, deliberately making space for Griphook despite the stares this generated. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron greeted them. "You certainly know how to make an entrance." "Language, Ronald," Hermione chided, though her eyes never left Harry's circlet and the signet ring visible on his hand. "Harry, you look, well, regal." Harry smiled self-consciously. "It's just ceremonial. Part of the formal acknowledgement as heir." "Not just ceremonial," Griphook corrected quietly. "Each item carries powerful protective enchantments. Ancient Goblin craftsmanship." Throughout the welcome feast, Harry felt hundreds of eyes on him. The reactions varied widely: curiosity, awe, apprehension, and in some cases, particularly from the Slytherin table, undisguised hostility. Draco Malfoy looked especially venomous, whispering intently with his cronies while shooting malevolent glances toward Harry. Dumbledore made no special mention of Harry's changed status or Griphook's presence in his beginning-of-term announcements, treating both as perfectly ordinary developments. This calculated normalization did more to ease tensions than any explanation could have. After the feast, McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table. "Mr. Potter, Master Griphook, the headmaster has arranged special accommodations considering your unique circumstances. If you'll follow me." She led them not to Gryffindor Tower but to a small suite on the third floor, a sitting room connected to 2 bedrooms, with a private entrance protected by a portrait of a medieval goblin smith. These quarters were originally designed for visiting dignitaries, McGonagall explained. They should provide appropriate security and privacy while maintaining your connection to school activities. Griphook inspected the rooms with professional attention, checking sight lines and potential entry points. "Acceptable," he pronounced finally. "Though I'll add additional goblin wards." "As you wish," McGonagall replied diplomatically. "Mr. Potter, you're still expected to attend classes and follow school rules applicable to all students. However, your diplomatic status does exempt you from certain, restrictive measures Madame Umbridge had implemented last term." "No more tracking bracelet?" Harry confirmed. "Indeed not. The ICW classification supersedes her authority in that regard." McGonagall's lips thinned into what might have been a smile. "I believe you'll find her somewhat constrained in how she can treat you now. A fact I admit gives me considerable satisfaction." After she departed, Harry explored the suite with mixed feelings. The private accommodation represented yet another separation from his fellow students, another marker of his difference. Yet practically, it made sense. His transformed status and Griphook's presence required special arrangements. "You're troubled," Griphook observed. "You wish to remain in the tower with your wizard friends." "Part of me did," Harry admitted. "But I understand why this is necessary." Griphook nodded. "Balance between worlds is never easy. Urgra faced similar challenges, never fully accepted by either side, yet tasked with representing both." "How did he manage it?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "By creating his own path," Griphook replied simply. "Neither fully goblin nor wizard, but something new that incorporated strengths from each." That night, as Harry prepared for sleep in his new quarters, he reflected on Griphook's words. Creating his own path, that was exactly what he'd been doing since discovering his heritage. Not just adapting to circumstances thrust upon him, but actively forging connections and possibilities that hadn't existed before. For the first time, his unique position felt less like a burden and more like an opportunity, a chance to reshape relations that had been broken for centuries. If being neither fully wizard nor goblin meant he could bridge those worlds, perhaps that was a strength, not a weakness. With that comforting thought, Harry drifted to sleep, only to find himself immediately plunged into the now familiar corridor dream. But this time, something had changed. The door at the end opened, revealing rows upon rows of glowing orbs stretching into darkness. And somewhere nearby, a familiar voice screamed in agony. He awoke with a jolt, his scar burning fiercely, to find Griphook standing over him with a concerned expression. "The Dark Lord?" the goblin asked tersely. Harry nodded, trying to clear his mind as sweat cooled on his forehead. A vision. Different this time. More specific. He described what he'd seen, including the screaming voice he couldn't quite identify. "The Department of Mysteries," Griphook confirmed grimly. "The Hall of Prophecy, specifically. This aligns with our intelligence about what he seeks." Why would Voldemort want a prophecy? Harry wondered. "Power comes in many forms," Griphook replied. "Knowledge of the future, even potential futures, provides strategic advantage." Harry considered this. "We need to warn Dumbledore." "Agreed. But carefully." Griphook's expression was troubled. "The vision's timing, your first night back at Hogwarts, suggests the Dark Lord may be aware of your mental connection. This could be deliberate baiting." The possibility hadn't occurred to Harry, but it made disturbing sense. If Voldemort had discovered their mental link, he might use it to feed Harry false information, or worse, to access Harry's own thoughts in return. "I need to learn to block him out," Harry realized. "A clemency or something similar." "Goblin mind shielding differs from wizard techniques," Griphook offered. "Less dependent on emptying thoughts, more focused on redirecting attention. We could begin training tomorrow." Harry nodded gratefully. "Another advantage of your presence here. Dumbledore mentioned a clemency training with Snape, but goblin techniques might work better with my dual nature." As he settled back to sleep, Harry realized how quickly his perspective had shifted. Just months ago, he'd resented his goblin heritage as yet another unwelcome difference. Now, he actively sought ways to leverage its advantages. Perhaps this was what true acceptance meant, not just acknowledging his dual nature but embracing the unique strengths it provided. The first week of term established a new rhythm to Harry's Hogwarts life. He attended classes as normal, though now accompanied by Griphook, whose presence initially caused distraction until students gradually adjusted. The warrior goblin sat at the back of each classroom, alert but unobtrusive, interacting minimally with wizard teachers and students. Umbridge, predictably, tried to bar Griphook from defense against the dark arts, citing security concerns about armed non-humans in the classroom. Harry countered by formally withdrawing from her class, invoking his right to alternative educational arrangements as a diplomatic representative. This created an unprecedented situation that ultimately required ministry legal consultation. After 3 days of bureaucratic wrangling, a compromise emerged. Harry would complete data requirements through independent study overseen by Professor McGonagall, with practical examinations conducted by neutral ministry evaluators. "A victory disguised as compromise," Hermione observed when Harry explained the arrangement. "You're free from Umbridge's class while still preparing for OWLS. And it creates precedent for other students with non-human heritage," Harry added. The written agreement specifically references reasonable accommodations for diverse magical backgrounds. The SMPLE group immediately publicized this development as proof that persistent advocacy could change entrenched policies. Membership swelled, with even some Slytherins quietly expressing interest despite house pressure to conform to pureblood perspectives. The DA continued meeting secretly as well, with Harry's new abilities enhancing his teaching. The goblin mind shielding techniques he learned from Griphook proved particularly valuable for defensive magic, allowing for quicker recovery from stunning spells and greater resistance to compulsion. Most significantly, Harry's ritual-enhanced connection to the Goblin Nation provided a secure communication channel unmonitored by the Ministry. Through Goblin messengers using hidden tunnels, the Order of the Phoenix maintained contact with Hogwarts despite Umbridge's mail screening and flow monitoring. By mid-January, Harry had established a functional dual identity, student by day, coalition builder by night. In his private quarters, he hosted representatives from various magical communities, coordinating information sharing and mutual support through the fledgling Magical Alliance Council. Dobby proved unexpectedly valuable in these efforts, using house elf travel methods to transport messages and even smaller delegates without triggering Hogwarts security wards. The little elf took enormous pride in his role, wearing his makeshift diplomatic sash at all times. "Dobby is serving the great Harry Potter and helping house elves gain respect," he would exclaim joyfully. "Dobby is the happiest elf in Britain." Not everyone embraced these developments, of course. The Inquisitorial Squad increased harassment of suspected SMPLE members, confiscating materials and reporting students for minor infractions. Draco Malfoy seemed particularly determined to undermine Harry's new authority, spreading rumors about dangerous goblin influence in the castle. More concerning were the continued nightmares about the Department of Mysteries. Despite Griphook's training in mind shielding, the dreams persisted, becoming more detailed each time. Harry consistently saw the same corridor, the same door, the same room full of glowing prophecy orbs, and increasingly, heard screams of tortured victims. "He's trying to lure me there," Harry concluded after a particularly vivid episode. "Voldemort wants me to come to the Department of Mysteries." "But why?" Ron wondered. "It's got to be a trap." "Not necessarily," Hermione countered thoughtfully. "If there really is a prophecy about Harry and Voldemort there, he might need Harry physically present to retrieve it." This aligned with information Griphook had gathered from Goblin sources within the Ministry. "Prophecy orbs are magically bound to their subjects," he confirmed. "Only those named within a prophecy can remove it from the hull." The question remained, should Harry report these visions to Dumbledore? The headmaster had been strangely distant since term resumed, rarely seen at meals and unavailable for private consultation. When Harry did glimpse him, Dumbledore seemed preoccupied and avoided direct eye contact. "Something's not right," Harry confided to Hermione and Ron after another failed attempt to speak with the headmaster. "It's like he's deliberately avoiding me." "Maybe he's protecting you," Hermione suggested. "If Voldemort can potentially access your thoughts, direct contact with Dumbledore could expose Order secrets." "Or maybe it's political," Ron offered. "Dad says the Ministry's increasing pressure on Dumbledore. Being seen as too close to Goblin Prince Potter might give them the excuse they need to remove him." Both explanations made sense, yet Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something larger was unfolding, something connected to the Department of Mysteries and the prophecy Voldemort sought. Meanwhile, Harry continued strengthening the Magical Alliance Council. Weekly reports arrived from Goblin, Centaur, and Vela contacts, tracking Death Eater movements and Ministry persecution of magical beings. This intelligence network provided early warnings of raids and arrests, allowing preventive evacuations and legal interventions. February brought a significant breakthrough when Bill Weasley secured a meeting with the French magical government, historically more progressive regarding non-human rights. Fleur's connections in the French Vela community provided the necessary introductions, while Harry's status as acknowledged Goblin heir gave the delegation credibility. "They've agreed to offer sanctuary to persecuted magical beings from Britain," Bill reported through the secure Goblin communication channel. "And more importantly, they're bringing our concerns before the International Confederation of Wizards." This international pressure further constrained Umbridge's ability to target Harry directly, though she compensated by increasing restrictions on the broader student body. New educational decrees appeared weekly, each more ridiculous than the last, culminating in Decree 31, which banned interspecies fraternization in all forms. "She can't enforce half these rules," Hermione observed as they reviewed the latest decree. "They contradict each other and existing school policies." "That's not the point," Harry replied, understanding dawning. "She's creating chaos and fear." When everyone's breaking some rule or other, she can selectively target whoever she wants. His goblin political instincts, enhanced by the ritual knowledge, recognized the tactic. It's classic authoritarian control: make normal behavior illegal, then punish only your enemies. Sure enough, Gryffindors and known SMPLE supporters received disproportionate punishments for minor infractions, while Slytherins openly flouted the same rules without consequences. The Inquisitorial Squad's powers expanded, allowing them to dock house points and assign detentions at will. The situation reached critical mass in early March when Umbridge discovered Dumbledore's army during a practice session. Only a last-minute warning from Dobby prevented the entire group's capture, but several members, including Ron and Hermione, were caught escaping. Harry, who had taken a different exit with Neville and Luna, watched from hiding as his friends were marched to Dumbledore's office by triumphant Inquisitorial Squad members. Using his enhanced hearing, he followed their progress from a distance, listening through walls to the confrontation unfolding in the headmaster's office. To his shock, Dumbledore claimed responsibility for organizing Dumbledore's army, spinning a tale of recruitment to undermine the ministry. When Fudge attempted to arrest him, Dumbledore escaped in spectacular fashion, disappearing in a flash of phoenix fire. The aftermath was immediate and severe. Umbridge appointed herself headmistress, the educational decrees became effectively martial law, and interrogations of suspected DA members began. Without Dumbledore's protection, the school descended into a state of paranoid surveillance. For Harry, however, the situation created unexpected opportunity. With Umbridge distracted by her new administrative powers and obsessed with finding Dumbledore, her direct monitoring of Harry temporarily decreased. This allowed him to accelerate coalition-building efforts through his goblin communication channels. Most critically, it gave him space to address the increasingly urgent visions of the Department of Mysteries. After another particularly vivid dream in which he clearly recognized Sirius being tortured by Voldemort, Harry called an emergency meeting of his closest allies in his private quarters. Present were Ron and Hermione, who had received detention but escaped more serious punishment, Neville, Luna, Ginny, Griphook, and Dobby. Harry shared his latest vision in detail, including his certainty that Sirius was in immediate danger. "We need to verify this before acting," Hermione cautioned. "Remember what Griphook said about potential baiting." "Agreed," Harry replied. "But how?" "Umbridge monitors all communications." "Not all," Griphook corrected. "The Goblin tunnels remain secure, but reaching Black quickly would be difficult through that route." "What about the flue in Umbridge's office?" Ron suggested. "Fred and George have been planning a major diversion. We could use it to create an opportunity." "Too risky," Hermione objected. "If we're caught breaking into her office." "Not for a house elf," Dobby piped up. "Dobby can use the flue without setting off wizard alarms." Harry considered this. "Could you go to Grimmauld Place and check on Sirius?" Dobby nodded eagerly. "Dobby can go anywhere Harry Potter needs. Wizard wards don't stop house elf magic." The plan formed quickly. Dobby would check Grimmauld Place while the others prepared for potential action. If the vision proved false, they would take no further risks. If true, however, a rescue mission would be necessary. "I'm going with Dobby," Griphook decided. "If Black is indeed captured, we'll need immediate tactical assessment." While they departed on their reconnaissance mission, Harry prepared contingencies with the others. The ritual-enhanced knowledge of both wizard and goblin military tactics helped him organize their limited resources effectively. "If we need to reach the Department of Mysteries," he explained, drawing a rough map based on his visions, "we'll face 3 challenges: getting to London undetected, navigating the Ministry, and potentially confronting Death Eaters." "How would we even get there?" Ginny asked practically. "Umbridge watches every exit." "Thestrals," Luna suggested dreamily. "They're incredibly fast and can find anywhere you need to go." Harry blinked in surprise. That, actually might work. "And for Ministry navigation," Neville added unexpectedly, "my gran took me there lots as a kid." I remember the basic layout, especially the public areas. Harry nodded approvingly. Good. Hermione, we'll need defensive preparations, potions, shield charms, anything that might help in a confrontation. She was already making lists. I can access the restricted potions ingredients through SMPLE members in Ravenclaw. They've been collecting supplies for emergency healing potions. The group worked efficiently, each contributing specific skills and knowledge. Harry felt a surge of pride seeing how much his friends had grown through DA training, no longer just students but capable fighters preparing for potential combat. An hour later, Dobby and Griphook returned, both looking grim. Black is not at headquarters, Griphook reported. According to the house elf creature, he left suddenly after receiving an urgent message. Harry's heart sank. Then the vision might be true. But we're not certain he's at the Department of Mysteries, Hermione pointed out. He could be anywhere. Creature was pleased, Dobby added hesitantly. Said Master Black went to help Harry Potter and might not return. Creature seemed to know something. Ron's expression darkened. That twisted little, he's always hated Sirius. What if he gave him false information? Or worse, directly contacted you-know-who somehow, Ginny suggested. Dad always says old house elves from dark families know ways around normal restrictions. The pieces aligned with disturbing clarity in Harry's mind. Voldemort used creature to lure Sirius out, probably by making him think I was in danger. Now he's using visions to lure me to the Department of Mysteries, where Sirius might actually be captive. A trap within a trap, Griphook assessed grimly. Clever strategy. We need more information before rushing in, Hermione insisted. Is there any way to contact Order members? Harry considered their options, then remembered something from his ritual knowledge. The two-way communication mirrors Goblin Warrior's use. I could create something similar using my Iron Blood abilities. He removed his signet ring, placing it on the table before him. Concentrating intensely, he channeled his dual magic into the metal, visualizing the connection he needed to forge. The ring grew warm, then glowed with golden light as it responded to his will. I need something of Sirius's, Harry explained. Something personal he's touched recently. Would this work? Ron asked, pulling out a small pocket knife. Sirius gave it to me at Christmas, said it would open any lock. Harry took the knife, feeling Sirius's magical signature within it. Placing it beside the ring, he continued the enchantment, linking the two objects through their connection to his godfather. The knife and ring briefly fused, then separated again, both now glowing with the same golden light. Harry picked up the ring, slipping it back onto his finger. Show me Sirius Black, he commanded. The stone in the ring clouded, then cleared to show a dark space. As the image sharpened, they could make out what appeared to be the Hall of Prophecy from Harry's visions, and in the foreground, Sirius bound to a pillar, bloodied but conscious. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. You did it. Can he hear us? Hermione asked. Harry adjusted the enchantment. Sirius? Can you hear me? The figure in the ring stirred, looking around in confusion. Harry, his voice came faintly through the connection. It's me, Harry confirmed. We can see you through a magical connection. Are you in the Department of Mysteries? Yes, Hall of Prophecy, Sirius confirmed, his voice strained. Trap. Death Eaters. They want you to come for, his voice cut off as a dark figure entered the frame. How touching, came a chillingly familiar voice. The boy tries to save his dog father. Lucius Malfoy's pale face appeared in the image, smirking directly at them as if he could see through the connection. We knew you'd find a way to verify our little scenario, Potter, he drawled. The Dark Lord understands you too well. So predictable in your heroics. He pointed his wand at Sirius. Crucio. Sirius's screams filled the room before Harry severed the connection, unable to watch further. It's definitely a trap, Hermione stated the obvious, her face pale. But Sirius is really there, Harry countered. And they're torturing him. They want the prophecy, Griphook assessed. They need you physically present to retrieve it. Then I'll go, Harry decided. Alone. The rest of you stay here where it's safe. The immediate chorus of objections was both predictable and heartwarming. Don't be ridiculous, we're coming with you, after everything we've trained for. Harry raised his hands in surrender. All right. But we need a proper plan, not a reckless rescue attempt. Griphook nodded approvingly. Now you're thinking like a goblin strategist. When enemies expect direct confrontation, the wise commander seeks alternative approaches. Together, they developed a multi-layered strategy that leveraged both wizard and goblin tactical approaches. The goblin emphasis on deception and flanking maneuvers complemented wizard magical strengths, creating a plan more sophisticated than either tradition would have developed alone. Most importantly, Harry activated his broader alliance network. Through Dobby, he sent encrypted messages to both Order members and goblin contacts in London, creating a potential second wave of support should their initial rescue attempt fail. The Thestrals can get us to London by nightfall, Harry concluded as they finalized preparations. Neville will guide us through the Ministry to the Department of Mysteries. Once there, we focus on extracting Sirius while avoiding direct confrontation if possible. And the prophecy? Hermione asked. Harry had considered this carefully. If I can get it safely, I will. If not, better it be destroyed than fall into Voldemort's hands. As sunset approached, they gathered at the edge of the Forbidden Forest where Luna had identified a Thestral herd. Dressed in dark clothes with emergency supplies shrunk in their pockets, the rescue team made final preparations. Last chance to reconsider, Harry told his friends. This isn't a DA practice session. Real Death Eaters won't hold back. Neither will we, Neville said with unexpected determination, gripping his wand tightly. The DA trained for this, Ron added. Besides, we've all got reasons to fight you-know-who. Harry nodded gratefully, then turned to Griphook, who stood apart from the group. You don't need to come. Your duty is technically just to protect me at Hogwarts. The goblin warrior adjusted his sword belt. The acknowledged heir faces battle. Protocol demands I accompany you. After a pause, he added more personally, besides, wizard-goblin fighting tactics haven't been tested against Death Eaters in centuries. I find myself professionally curious. With that settled, they mounted the Thestrals, invisible to most of them but solid enough beneath their hands, and launched into the darkening sky. As Hogwarts receded behind them, Harry felt the weight of leadership settling on his shoulders. Not just for his friend's safety, but for the broader implications of tonight's mission. If successful, the rescue would demonstrate the practical value of wizard-goblin cooperation against Voldemort. If they failed. He pushed the thought aside. Failure wasn't an option when Sirius's life hung in the balance. The journey to London passed in tense silence, the wind whipping past as the Thestrals maintained remarkable speed. Below, villages and towns appeared as clusters of light in the growing darkness, reminders of the ordinary world continuing unaware of the magical conflict brewing. They landed on the deserted street outside the visitors' entrance to the Ministry of Magic, an old telephone box that looked abandoned in the dim streetlight. Following Neville's instructions, they crowded inside, dialing the access code. The ministry is closed to visitors at this hour, announced the cool female voice. Please state your business. Rescue mission, Harry replied simply. After a pause, badges clattered into the coin return slot, Harry Potter, rescue mission, and similar for each of them. The telephone box descended like an elevator, depositing them in the deserted atrium. It's too quiet, Griphook observed immediately, hand on his sword hilt. No security wizards. They're waiting for us, Harry agreed, enhancing his already sharp senses with a goblin detection technique Griphook had taught him. Through his heightened perception, Harry detected subtle magical signatures ahead, wards, alarm spells, and monitoring charms placed strategically along their likely path. They've laid magical tripwires, he informed the others. Standard Ministry security, but configured to alert Death Eaters rather than Aurors. Can we bypass them? Hermione asked. Harry nodded. Not wizard style, but yes. He knelt, placing his palm against the floor, feeling for the natural pathways in the stone, a goblin technique for navigating underground. This way, he directed, leading them on a circuitous route that avoided the magical sensors. The stone itself will guide us. Following the natural fault lines in the Ministry's foundation, Harry led them to an unmarked service corridor that connected to the Department of Mysteries without triggering alarms. Neville confirmed they were on the right track, recognizing landmarks from childhood visits with his grandmother. Eventually, they reached the plain black door from Harry's visions. Beyond it lay a circular room with identical doors all around, which began spinning as soon as they entered. Defense mechanism, Griphook assessed. Designed to disorient intruders. I'll mark the doors we try, Hermione suggested, using her wand to create fiery X's as they explored. After several false starts, including a room with a tank of brains and another with a veiled archway that made Harry distinctly uncomfortable, they found the Hall of Prophecy. Thousands of small glass orbs glowed dimly on shelves stretching into darkness. Row 97, Harry whispered, recalling the location from his visions. That's where Sirius should be. They moved cautiously through the towering shelves, wands ready, listening for any sound. When they reached row 97, however, they found it empty, no Sirius, no Death Eaters, nothing but glowing prophecy orbs. I don't understand, Harry said, confused. He was here. We saw him. Harry, Hermione called softly from nearby. Look at this. She was pointing to a specific prophecy orb, labeled with a date from before Harry's birth and two names, SPT to APWBD, Dark Lord and Harry Potter. It's about you and Voldemort, she whispered. This is what they wanted you to find. Harry stared at the dusty orb, realizing the trap had been more subtle than they'd anticipated. Voldemort hadn't just wanted him in the department, he'd wanted Harry to find and touch this specific prophecy. Don't take it, Ron warned. It's got to be rigged somehow. As Harry hesitated, slow, mocking applause echoed through the hall. Lucius Malfoy emerged from the shadows, followed by several masked Death Eaters spreading to surround them. Very good, Potter, Malfoy drawled. You found what the Dark Lord seeks. Now simply hand it to me, and we can discuss the terms of your godfather's release. Where is Sirius? Harry demanded, signaling his friends with subtle hand gestures to prepare defensive positions as they'd planned. Nearby, Malfoy replied vaguely. His continued well-being depends entirely on your cooperation. Griphook had slipped partly behind a shelf, his position now hidden from most of the Death Eaters. Harry caught his eye, receiving a nearly imperceptible nod. Show me Sirius first, Harry insisted, stalling while his friends maneuvered into optimal positions. You're hardly in a position to make demands, Malfoy said coldly. Take the prophecy and hand it over, or watch your friends die one by one. More Death Eaters appeared, including a wild-eyed which Harry recognized from wanted posters as Bellatrix Lestrange. Neville stiffened beside him, his knuckles white around his wand. That's her, he whispered. That's Bellatrix. Focus, Neville, Harry murmured. Remember the plan. The standoff stretched as Harry appeared to consider his options. In reality, he was counting Death Eaters, 12 visible, and assessing tactical advantages. The narrow space between shelves limited their opponent's ability to attack simultaneously, an advantage in the coming fight. If I give you the prophecy, Harry said finally, how do I know you'll release Sirius? You don't, Bellatrix cackled. That's what makes it fun. Her maniacal laughter confirmed what Harry already suspected, Sirius was either not here at all or already dead. Either way, negotiation was pointless. Now! Harry shouted, ducking as shelves on both sides exploded inward toward the Death Eaters, the result of delayed action explosive spells Hermione and Ginny had placed earlier. In the chaos that followed, Harry's friends executed their planned defense perfectly. Luna and Neville cast shield charms to cover their retreat while Ron and Hermione sent stunning spells through gaps in the shields. Ginny deployed Fred and George's newest invention, portable swamps, blocking the main approach path. Most impressive was Griphook's contribution. Moving with supernatural speed, the Goblin warrior darted between Death Eaters, his enchanted blade slicing wands in half before their owners could cast effectively. "Fall back to position 2. Harry ordered as they gained momentary advantage. They retreated toward a pre-selected choke point, maintaining formation despite the Death Eaters' increasingly desperate attacks. Harry had grabbed the prophecy orb, not out of compliance but to prevent Voldemort from obtaining it. The fight spilled from the Hall of Prophecy into adjoining rooms, the Death Eaters pursuing relentlessly despite their reduced numbers. In the room with the strange archway, they faced their most dangerous moment when Bellatrix cornered Luna and Neville. "Little Longbottom," she cooed mockingly. "Come to join Mummy and Daddy in madness." Crucio. Before the curse could land, Harry dove between them, the signet of Urgra on his hand flaring with protective magic. The curse rebounded, striking a nearby Death Eater who collapsed screaming. "Impossible!" Bellatrix shrieked. "No wizard can deflect an unforgivable." "I'm not just a wizard," Harry replied, the ritual-enhanced power flowing through him as he counterattacked with a combination of goblin and wizard magic. Pressing his advantage, Harry channeled his power through Truth Cleaver, which he'd kept sheathed until this moment. The blade glowed with golden light as he swept it in an arc before him, creating a shockwave that knocked Bellatrix and 2 other Death Eaters backward. "Retreat to the atrium," Harry commanded his friends, seeing reinforcements arriving from another entrance. They fought their way back through the department, using every trick and spell they'd practiced in DA sessions. Despite their youth, Harry's friends proved remarkably effective, their coordinated tactics confusing Death Eaters accustomed to fighting individual opponents. In the spinning room, Hermione sealed several doors with powerful locking charms while Griphook sabotaged others with goblin traps. By the time they reached the atrium, they had reduced their pursuers to Malfoy, Bellatrix, and 3 others. "The prophecy, Potter," Malfoy demanded, bleeding from a cut on his forehead. "Give it to me now." "You want it?" Harry challenged, holding the glowing orb above his head. "Then tell me where Sirius really is." "The blood traitor never left his home," Bellatrix laughed cruelly. "A simple illusion showed you what you feared most. The Dark Lord understands your weaknesses all too well." The confirmation that Sirius was safe, that the entire mission had been based on false visions, should have devastated Harry. Instead, he felt a strange relief mixed with cold determination. "Then there's no reason to give you this," he said, preparing to smash the prophecy. Before he could act, the atrium fireplaces flared green. From one emerged Sirius himself, very much alive and furious, accompanied by Lupin and Tonks. From others came Kingsley Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye Moody, and several more Order members. Simultaneously, from service entrances around the perimeter, Goblin warriors appeared, led by Lady Silveraxe herself in full battle armor. The Death Eaters, suddenly outnumbered 3 to 1, backed toward the center of the atrium. "Your reinforcements are late, Potter," Malfoy sneered, though his confident facade was cracking. "The Dark Lord will be here any moment." "So will the Minister," Kingsley countered. Alerted by multiple sources to Death Eater infiltration of the Ministry. Harry's emergency messages had worked perfectly, both the Order and Goblin forces had responded to his call for backup. Now the Death Eaters were trapped between Wizard Aurors and Goblin warriors. "Impossible." Bellatrix spat. "Goblins would never fight alongside wizard blood traitors." The Magical Alliance Council disagreed, Lady Silveraxe replied coldly, her battle axe gleaming in the atrium lights. The acknowledged heir called for aid, and we answered. The tableau held for a frozen moment, Death Eaters in the center, Order members on one side, Goblin warriors on the other, and Harry's friends forming a protective circle around him. It was the first time in centuries that goblins and wizards had fought side by side against a common enemy. Then everything exploded into motion as both sides attacked simultaneously. Spells and goblin weapons created a deadly crossfire that the Death Eaters couldn't escape. Within minutes, all but Bellatrix were subdued or unconscious. As Aurors began securing prisoners, a cold wind swept through the atrium. The air shimmered, and Voldemort himself appeared, pale, snake-like, and radiating malevolent power. "So," he hissed, surveying the scene with contempt, "the rumors are true. Harry Potter has found new friends." His red eyes fixed on the goblin warriors with disgust. "How far you've fallen, to ally yourself with lesser creatures." "They're worth 100 of you," Harry replied, stepping forward with truth cleaver raised defensively. The circlet on his brow and the signet on his finger glowed with protective magic. Voldemort's eyes widened slightly as he took in Harry's transformed appearance. "What have you become, Potter? Some half-breed abomination?" "I've become what I was always meant to be," Harry answered. "Something you can never understand, Tom, someone who unites instead of divides." The Dark Lord's face contorted with fury at the use of his Muggle name. With blinding speed, he cast a killing curse directly at Harry. What happened next astonished everyone present. As the green light approached, Harry's goblin regalia, circlet, signet, and sword, flared with golden light. The curse didn't rebound as it had when he was a baby, but instead seemed to disperse around him like water breaking against a rock. In the moment of shocked silence that followed, Harry felt a profound realization. His mother's sacrificial protection hadn't faded as Dumbledore had feared, it had merged with his awakened goblin blood, creating a hybrid defense neither tradition fully understood. "Impossible," Voldemort whispered. Before anyone could react further, the atrium fireplaces flared green again. Cornelius Fudge emerged, flanked by Aurors and Ministry officials, just in time to see Voldemort standing in the center of the Ministry of Magic. "He's here." Fudge gasped, his face draining of color. "He's really back." Voldemort assessed the deteriorating situation and made a tactical decision. With a furious snarl, he grabbed Bellatrix and disapparated, somehow bypassing the Ministry's anti-apparition wards through sheer magical power. The aftermath was chaos of a different sort. Fudge stammered incoherently, oscillating between denial and panic. Aurors secured the remaining Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy, whose mask had fallen off during the battle. Ministry officials gawked at the unprecedented sight of goblin warriors standing alongside Order members. Through it all, Harry maintained a calm center, coordinating between the different factions present. When Lady Silveraxe approached Fudge directly, the first goblin battle leader to address a minister of magic in centuries, Harry served as diplomatic bridge. "The Goblin Nation has witnessed the Dark Lord's return," she informed the minister formally. "We stand ready to negotiate terms of mutual defense with a legitimate ministry government." Fudge, overwhelmed by the knight's revelations, could only nod dumbly. Sirius fought his way through the crowd to reach Harry, embracing him fiercely. "I never left Grimmauld Place," he confirmed. "Your message through Dobby was the first I knew of any supposed capture." "Voldemort used our connection," Harry explained. "Sent false visions to lure me here." "And yet," Lupin observed, glancing around at the captured Death Eaters, "his plan rather spectacularly backfired." Indeed, what had been intended as a trap for Harry had transformed into a devastating blow against Voldemort's forces. Half his inner circle now lay captured, his return was publicly confirmed, and most significantly, an unprecedented alliance had revealed itself. As ministry officials began processing the scene, taking statements and securing evidence, Harry found a quiet moment with his friends, Sirius, and Griphook. "That was bloody brilliant," Ron declared, though he nursed a wounded arm. The look on Malfoy's face when the goblins appeared. The coordination between wizard spells and goblin techniques was fascinating, Hermione added, already analyzing the tactical lessons. "Their weapons can deflect spells in ways shield charms can't." Harry nodded tiredly. The night's exertions, especially the goblin magic he'd channeled through Truth Cleaver, had drained him significantly. "What matters is that everyone's safe," he said, "and Voldemort's plan failed. Plus, Fudge can't deny his return anymore. More than that," Sirius added seriously. "You've demonstrated something revolutionary tonight, Harry. Wizards and goblins fighting together against a common enemy, that hasn't happened since Urgra's time," Griphook finished. "The heir has fulfilled his ancestor's vision, however briefly." Harry looked around the atrium, where goblin warriors and order members were cooperating to secure the area, sharing information and coordinating efforts without the traditional suspicion that had characterized their relations for centuries. "Not just briefly," he determined. "This is just the beginning." The following weeks transformed the wizarding world's political landscape. With Voldemort's return publicly confirmed, Fudge's administration collapsed under a wave of no-confidence votes. Kingsley Shacklebolt was appointed acting minister, with a mandate to prepare for the coming conflict. At Hogwarts, Umbridge's authority evaporated overnight. The educational decrees were formally rescinded by ministry proclamation, and the High Inquisitor herself was recalled to London to face questioning about her suppression of information regarding Voldemort's return. Dumbledore returned to his rightful position as headmaster, though he remained somewhat distant from Harry. When they finally spoke privately, the older wizard explained his previous avoidance. "I feared Voldemort might access my thoughts through your connection," he confirmed. "A fear that proved justified, given his manipulation of your visions." "But something's changed," Harry noted, perceiving a subtle difference in Dumbledore's manner. "You're looking me in the eyes now." "Because circumstances have changed," Dumbledore acknowledged. "The goblin ritual you underwent appears to have altered the nature of your connection to Voldemort. Your mind is now partially shielded by magic he cannot penetrate, goblin protective enchantments combined with your mother's sacrifice." "My mother," Harry repeated thoughtfully. "McGonagall mentioned she had special interest in goblin magic. Do you think she knew about our family connection to Urgra?" "Lily was extraordinarily gifted with certain types of magic," Dumbledore replied carefully. "Particularly protective enchantments and metalcraft. Whether she consciously knew of her goblin ancestry, I cannot say, but magic often recognizes blood connections even when we do not." "And the prophecy?" Harry asked, having carefully protected the orb throughout the Ministry battle. "I never heard what it said." Dumbledore sighed heavily. "The time has come for you to know." He indicated the orb, which Harry had placed on the desk between them. "It can only be retrieved by those it concerns, but once retrieved, they may choose with whom to share its contents." Harry picked up the dusty globe, which warmed at his touch. Within its swirling depths, a figure formed, Professor Trelawney, speaking in the harsh voice Harry had heard once before, "The one with power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." As the voice faded, Harry sat in silence, absorbing the implications. "So it's true," he said finally. "Either I kill him or he kills me. That's why he came after me as a baby." "He knew only the first part then," Dumbledore confirmed. "His obsession with hearing the complete prophecy drove his recent actions." "And the power he knows not?" Harry questioned. "You once suggested it was love." "I still believe love forms its foundation," Dumbledore replied. "But perhaps I was incomplete in my understanding. Your goblin heritage, your ability to unite magical peoples who have long been divided, may be equally significant." Harry considered this. "Voldemort seeks to conquer and rule. I seek to connect and unite. Opposite approaches to power." "Precisely," Dumbledore agreed. "And tonight demonstrated which approach may ultimately prove stronger." In the days that followed, Harry worked tirelessly to formalize the alliances born in the heat of battle. The Magical Alliance Council received official recognition from the new Ministry administration, with Harry serving as its first chairperson. Most significantly, Goblin representatives were invited to join emergency planning sessions regarding Voldemort's return, the first time in British magical history that non-wizard beings participated directly in national security decisions. Harry's unique position as both wizard student and acknowledged Goblin heir made him the natural nexus for these unprecedented developments. At Hogwarts, he balanced academic requirements with diplomatic responsibilities, often hosting alliance meetings in his private quarters with representatives from various magical communities. Griphook remained at his side, though their relationship had evolved from reluctant guardian to trusted advisor and friend. The Goblin warrior had earned respect from wizards during the Ministry battle, his fighting skills impressing even skeptical Aurors. "Never thought I'd see the day," Mad-Eye Moody had commented gruffly after a joint training session. "Goblin battle techniques combined with wizard spellwork, damned effective combination." "That's the whole point," Harry had replied. "We're stronger together than separated." As the school year drew to a close, Harry received a formal summons from the Iron Blood Council. The Goblin leadership requested his presence for a significant ceremony marking the official recognition of the Magical Alliance Council by the Goblin Nation. The event took place in the Great Conclave Chamber beneath Gringotts, decorated with the symbols of all participating magical communities. Representatives from centaur herds, Vila enclaves, werewolf packs, house elf organizations, and even a Mermish delegation attended alongside wizard officials. Harry stood at the center of the chamber, wearing his full regalia as acknowledged heir. Lady Silveraxe approached with a document inscribed on both parchment and metal, a dual-format treaty designed to satisfy both wizard and goblin legal requirements. "The Ironblood Council presents the Compact of Unity," she announced formally. "The first multi-species alliance treaty since Urgra's original vision 7 centuries ago." Harry accepted the document, feeling its historical weight beyond the physical metal. "The acknowledged heir receives the compact with gratitude and commitment," he responded in the traditional formula. One by one, representatives from each community added their signatures or marks according to their customs. When completed, the document glowed briefly with combined magical endorsement. "Let it be recorded," Ragnarok declared, "that on this day, the vision of Urgra the Unifier took new form through his acknowledged heir. The divisions of centuries begin to heal." The Goblin Assembly stomped their feet in rhythmic approval, a sound joined, after a moment's hesitation, by centaur hoofbeats, Vila handclaps, and wizard applause. The combined percussion echoed through the chamber like the heartbeat of something new being born. Later, as the formal ceremony transitioned to less structured celebration, Harry found a quiet moment with Griphook. "When I first discovered my goblin heritage," he reflected, "I saw it as just another unwanted difference, another way I didn't belong anywhere. And now?" Griphook prompted. "Now I understand it was never about belonging to one world or another," Harry replied. "It was about creating something new between them. Not wizard, not goblin, but something that honors and strengthens both." Griphook nodded approvingly. "You have surpassed Urgra in one significant way." He sought cooperation primarily between goblins and wizards. "You have expanded the vision to include all magical peoples." "The times demanded it," Harry said simply. "Voldemort threatens everyone, not just wizards." "True," Griphook acknowledged. "But not everyone would have recognized that opportunity within the threat." As they rejoined the gathering, Harry moved easily between different groups, discussing security cooperation with Aurors, trade agreements with goblin craftsmen, forest protection with centaurs, and legal reforms with house elf representatives. Dumbledore watched from a distance, his eyes twinkling as he observed his students' natural diplomacy. When Harry eventually approached him, the headmaster offered a rare compliment. "You have accomplished something remarkable, Harry. Not through the raw power wizards typically value, but through the harder work of building understanding between divided peoples." "There's still Voldemort to face," Harry reminded him, ever practical. "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "But now you face him not as a solitary prophesied opponent, but as the leader of the most diverse magical alliance in centuries." That may make all the difference. As summer approached, Harry prepared for a very different holiday than any he'd experienced before. Rather than returning to the Dursleys, he would divide his time between Grimmauld Place, the Burrow, and the Goblin realm, strengthening alliances while continuing his unique magical education. Voldemort remained a looming threat, gathering forces and plotting his next move. But he now faced an unexpected opposition, not just the Order of the Phoenix or the Ministry, but a united front of magical peoples traditionally divided by prejudice and history. At the center of this unprecedented alliance stood Harry Potter, not just the boy who lived or the chosen one, but the acknowledged heir of Urgra, bridge between worlds that had been separated for too long. The goblin blood that had awakened in him had not simply added another burden to his already complicated life. Instead, it had revealed his true purpose, not merely to defeat a Dark Lord, but to heal divisions centuries in the making. As he stood on the Hogwarts Express platform preparing to depart for summer, surrounded by friends both wizard and non-wizard, Harry felt a sense of purpose clearer than any he'd known before. The path ahead remained dangerous and uncertain, but for the first time, he walked it not as an isolated hero but as a leader of a truly united magical community. The forgotten crown of his goblin ancestor had led not to a throne, but to something far more valuable, a bridge between worlds that might ultimately save them all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.